Oh, okay.
Big echo, Graham.
I'm not sure if there's people in other rooms have got speakers and mics on at the same time. If everybody could have mute it, might help out the echo. And only unmute if they're speaking.
Yeah, that would probably help.
That seems to have worked already.
Right, we can see how it goes. That's the live broadcast on, I think, Graham. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
That's fine. Okay, good morning, everyone. I now make it 10 o'clock. I'd like to open this hearing session, which concerns the appeal by Allen Water Developments Limited against the decision by Clackmannanshire Council to refuse an application for planning permission in principle for the development of land for houses, school and associated pitches, open space, play provision, landscaping, roads, paths and other infrastructure at Branshill Road, Sauchie, Clackmannanshire. I'm Trudy Craggs and I'm a reporter with the Planning and Environmental Appeals Division of the Scottish Government, and I've been appointed to consider this appeal and to determine whether or not to grant planning permission. This is a virtual hearing and is being broadcast live. It will be stored as part of the DPA website archives and will be capable of repeated viewing. I have the discretion to terminate or to suspend filming if, in my opinion, continuing to do so would prejudice the proceedings. By participating today, you're consenting to being filmed. You're also consenting to the use and storage of these images and sound recordings, and of any images or information pertaining to you contained in them, for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. For further detail on the DPA privacy policy, you can go to the DPA website. Thanks to my colleague Graham Masson for arranging today's meeting and carrying out the testing. He's hiding in the background, but he will step in if there's any technical issues, which hopefully he can sort. So before we go any further, for the benefit of the broadcast, can the lead participant of both parties introduce yourselves and those participating today? So I start with the appellant first.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Ewan MacLeod from Shepherd and Wedderburn. I'm accompanied today by Andrew Marshall from Geddes Consulting, who's sitting to my right. And then, the wonders of technology, the camera will swivel round. And we've got Mr. Bob Salter from Geddes Consulting, who's on the right, and Mr. Craig Heap from Holmes Miller, who's the architect and who'll speak to design issues later. I also have in the room with me David Stirling and Nicola McCowan-Hill from Allen Water Developments, and my colleague Caroline McGregor, also from Shepherd and Wedderburn, who I don't think any of the three of them will participate in the hearing, but they are here. And just for the avoidance of any doubt, we are all socially distanced in accordance with our office protocol.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm glad you mentioned being socially distant, because that is something we will keep an eye on during the course of the hearing, but I'm satisfied the way you're sitting, you have got space between you. So thank you for that. That's everyone was expecting to be here. So for the council.
Good morning, ma'am. Grant Baxter from Clackmannanshire Council Planning. I'm joined here in this room by Owen Munro from our Property Services, and also by Alan Finlayson from the Planning Service. And remote from me are Michael Boyle from Education and Ben McGinley from Education, and also David McKinney, our Education Planning Consultant.
Will I be able to see Mr. Finlayson and Mr. Munro when they...
Yes, we'll be able to swap around the laptop. That's the technology we're using in this case. So we will be able to have them on screen when they're speaking.
Okay, no, that's absolutely fine. Just make sure it's people to see when someone's speaking. Okay, and there's also Councillor Vasily, hope I've said that right, for Clackmannanshire Council. He's the planning convener and he is just watching the proceedings today. His screen is blanked out at the moment. Okay, so a couple of days ago I issued protocol setting out some rules for the hearing session, and hopefully these will ensure that the session runs smoothly and efficiently as possible. I don't intend to go through these, But as we've already said, I would remind you to adhere to government guidance or your office guidance on COVID-19 when participating, making sure you're social distance and things like that. If I do have any concerns at any time, I will raise that during the course of the session. I'd also remind you that phones and other devices must not be audible during the session. Now, I do recognise that if you are remote from your colleagues, you may need to contact them during the session, which you're free to do so using other devices, but please ensure that they're not audible. We will have a short break at a convenient time during the morning and the afternoon, and we'll break for lunch between 12:30 and 1 at a convenient point in the process. So before we move on to the substantive part and the agenda items, are there any procedural matters any party wishes to raise at this point? So Mr. MacLeod?
No, ma'am, nothing from us. Thank you.
And Mr. Baxter?
Nothing from the council, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so that's great, thank you. The agenda on the education matters was circulated last week, and I also circulated another agenda at the start of the week, just picking up some residual matters from the written submissions, which I'd like to deal with at the end of the education matters, and we've got time to do that. As you'll know, I'm not going to ask for any opening or closing submissions today, and no opening or closing remarks from any party. We agreed at the pre-examination meeting that both parties would submit a closing submission in writing at the end of the session, well, kind of after the session, and we'll discuss the timescales once we get to that point at the end of the hearing session. So for those who've maybe not been involved in the hearing process before, the format is a structured discussion between the parties, which I will chair and guide. The purpose is to allow you to express your views, to support your position in this appeal, but it's also to allow me to get the evidence I need to determine the appeal. The discussion should focus around the issues I've identified in the agenda and the points that I've raised. If other parties have relevant questions during that discussion of the other party, they can ask those through me. But hopefully, and it is slightly more difficult in a virtual environment, hopefully we will get a discussion that flows fairly naturally as we go through some of the questions. Some of the questions might be very short, yes, no answers. Some of the questions will obviously entail more discussion, which is absolutely fine. Please remember that I have to take notes. So try and speak slowly and just one at a time. I may ask you to repeat something if I haven't got it down quite as I want it down. Although obviously the broadcast does help with that if I'm looking back over things when I'm writing my decision up. The documents will not be shown on the screen. You're all expected to work from your own devices or your own paper copies, whatever you have in front of you. When you're referring to a document as you're giving your evidence or you're making a point, it is helpful if you give me a document reference number. I'm probably quite familiar with most of the document references, but if you can give me that just for ease, it just helps again when I'm going through my notes, when I'm kind of trying to make my decision, that I've got the document reference there to go back to. So let's turn to the agenda. Hopefully you've all got that in front of you. I'll say a few remarks on each point as we come to it. I'll indicate which party I want to go first. Obviously other parties will have a chance to respond, and we'll allow the discussion to continue until I think it's come to a natural end, or if I think I've got enough evidence on that point, we can then move on. So question 1. Now this really came out of a comment in Mr. McKinney's rebuttal actually, which is at paragraph 16 of that rebuttal. And it just says here that contrary to the appellant's view, ELSIC does not sit comfortably with the reality of statutory education duty, particularly when it comes to secondary school provision. And that's why I asked the question that whether there's a tension between the duties and obligations on the council in terms of the Education Act 1980 and the decision of the Supreme Court in the ELSIC development case. I just asked whether they actually relate to different functions of the council and therefore are of equal importance and relevance to the council and to the appeal. So can I start with the council for their comments on this point first?
Thank you, ma'am. I'll hand over to David shortly, but from the planning context, our view would be that the council does have these different and equally important functions in respect of education and planning. And with regards to our policy and guidance on secondary school education, we set out in the supplementary guidance, which predates the ELSIC decision, that the future provision of secondary education would have implications for all communities in Clackmannanshire, and for that reason the flat rate was applied to residential developments across the council. And just to give an example of that, you know, where the council may be considering catchment changes in one area for secondary, that clearly has implications for another secondary, a very small geographical authority with 3 secondary schools. So the situation in secondary school really acknowledged that where decisions were made in one secondary catchment, they had implications for other, which we feel is quite different from the sort of Elswick example, you know, where around about required 50 miles away from a development was taking contributions from that development, and there was no sort of clear link at all between those two things. So we feel there's quite a distinct difference in our approach in secondary, and anything that the Elswick case may highlight. Indeed, we feel that the way that we drafted the supplementary guidance and the supporting text that I just read out from the SG really, you know, tried to highlight that and make clear that we were acknowledging the tests of the circular in applying that per house rate for secondary. But I'll hand over to David to expand on that.
Yes, I would agree with that. That's a general theme. I think the difficulty that the reality that Clackmannanshire Council have is that they have a small number of secondary schools within a very small distance of each other. And we know that in terms of some of the solutions that the council may put in place, they relate to such things as catchment changes, and extensions, and a mixture of all of these things. And the council currently have one primary school located within one of their secondary schools. And the issue then for the council is with the current level of occupancy that they have, is that wherever they turn, they're into involving another secondary school and coming to a solution. And at this point in time, they certainly have highlighted quite reasonably the potential for a new secondary school, but they also have done over the piece finished work on rebuilding all of their secondary schools. So they've in a position where they have done undertaken some of the steps necessary for the forward planning of their secondary school provision for the next 20, 30 years. But there are other steps that they may have to take in that time frame, and that principally relates to new development that's likely to come forward within Clackmannanshire. And they, the council, have to decide which secondary school is going to be extended first. Are they going to do a consultation to involve a primary school and extension at the same time? It's quite simply the extent to which they take these particular steps. And as Grant was saying, any impact on one of the secondary schools necessarily is going to impact on the others. The council really don't have an opportunity to do anything else. And it's fairly similar to what many councils do who have separate denominational provision. And they would have a small number of denominational secondary schools, and they're usually wrapped up within one supplementary guidance where there's developer contributions in hand for that. So Clackmannanshire are no different to any of these councils in taking these things forward. And it then means that certainly for secondary schools, this is where then I see the tension between the LSIC decision and what the authority does at secondary school level. I would certainly accept that the LSIC is reflecting Circular 3/2012 in terms of primary schools, very much so. But the council have set up their house effectively on Circular 3/2012. They've explained that in their SG and why they have departed from that. Yes, I don't know if Michael wants to say anything on that.
Thank you. I just confirmed the location of our secondary schools is they're within 2 miles of each other. We're very close. We're a very small geographical local authority. We are the smallest mainland authority in Scotland, and that necessitates this overlap. We have with primary schools which are very close to each other, which are in different secondary catchment areas.
Okay, Mr. Baxter, is there anything else?
Thanks. I would just say I think we can hand back to you now, ma'am.
Okay, I have some follow-up questions there. Go to the appellant. Can everyone else mute their mics at present? Thank you. I'll ask the appellant for their response or comments on this before maybe I ask a couple of follow-ups to that.
Thanks, ma'am. Your question is there a tension between ELSIC and the Council's duties under the Education Act? And our feeling is no, there is not. The Council has duties under the 1980 Act to make sure that there is adequate and efficient provision of school education in its area. If the evidence shows, and that's an important theme that we will come back to obviously through the next couple of days, if the evidence shows that a proposed development is likely to impact on education infrastructure in a way that affects the Council's duties, then the Council can use its planning powers to require the developer to mitigate that impact. Now, the ELSIC case recognises that in paragraph 41, and if you want to have a look at it, you can, but I'll just read very briefly what it says, or the relevant parts of it. Paragraph 41 of ELSIC, which is CD 10.1, says, a planning authority may contract for the payment of financial contributions towards, for example, education facilities. The financial contribution can be applied towards infrastructure necessitated by the cumulative effects of various developments, so long as the land which is subject to the planning obligation contributes to that cumulative effect and thereby creates a sufficient relationship between the obligation in question and the land, so that one can fairly speak of the obligation as regulating the development of that land. Now, the critical factor in all of that is whether the development is likely to have an effect, and that can only be judged on the evidence, which we'll obviously get into considering in more detail in due course. The second part of your question was whether they relate to different functions of the Council and are therefore of equal importance. And the appellant's position is that the Council's functions are complementary when it comes to considering education impact that a development will have, and the mitigation that the development requires to put in place to make that development acceptable. So in summary, we don't really see a tension between ELSIC and the 1980 Act at all.
Okay, Mr. Baxter, does anyone on your team want to respond to those comments?
Really invite any education colleagues to, if they want to come back. I don't think anyone in the room here with me wants to add anything. but I'll give my other colleagues a quick moment if they do want to say anything. Thanks, Matt.
Not from me, thanks.
I think, ma'am, what I would go back to is that LSIC is restating that there must be a clear and direct relationship between the development and the requested cost. The council considers that there is a clear and direct relationship between the development and the requested cost. The development will have a significant impact on nursery, primary and secondary provision in Clackmannanshire, and consequently fair and related costs should be contributed by the developer towards this provision. Thank you.
So actually, taking all that together, there doesn't seem to be much difference between the parties. I think we're saying there needs to be a clear and direct relationship. It needs to be evidence-based. So I think that's the key point from this. It needs to be evidence to show that clear and direct relationship and the impact, which then justifies the contribution. And the council has these two functions, both the planning authority and education authority. Education authority to ensure there's sufficient education facilities for pupils in its area, and the planning authority can use its powers to ensure that contributions are obtained to mitigate any impact on that infrastructure. So I actually don't think there's much difference between the parties on that. I think it then comes down to how that is evidenced and how you justify and demonstrate the need for contributions, which we'll come on to as we go through the hearings. I think on that point, we can move on to item 2. And this is really, I had quite a lot of evidence from the appellant on this point. It was just, I didn't really have a clear steer from the council as to what its view was. So again, start with the council. I'd like to know what you think I should take from the LSIC decision, and whether you accept that the simple presence of a policy and a local development plan or supplementary guidance is not in itself a justification for applying obligation. And as I said, this is just really to clarify your position, because it didn't really come out of your evidence, although there was a quite a clear statement in the appellant's hearing statements on this point. So I'll start with the council first again on this point. That's probably you, Mr. Baxter.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, we feel that the LSIC decision is not in itself a justification for requiring contributions where there is no justification or direct link, or indeed where any of the other 5 tests of the circular are met. Where we've set out policy and supplementary guidance on developer contributions, and perhaps with specific reference to secondary schools, we were identifying a situation where schools, all secondary schools at that time, were at capacity. And going back to our answers in respect of the previous question, we knew we needed developer contributions to offset the impacts of housing development across the secondary estate. But that's not to say that we feel that, given that policy and guidance is in place, that situation wouldn't change over time, and that we don't require to revisit that point at any given application that we're addressing. And we always take each application on its own individual merits, as we're required to do. And indeed, with this particular application, for a long time during the processing of it, there wasn't a requirement from the council to seek developer contributions towards secondary education, but over the course of time, towards the point where the council determined the application, that situation changed. And the advice from our education colleagues is that there would be impacts on secondary education provision that couldn't be mitigated without contributions from the developer. So as a planning authority determining the application at that point in time, we felt we had to take that on board. And indeed, we take each case on its own individual merits. As I said a moment ago, we have a developer contributions group, which is an officer level group, which discusses each individual planning application. It has representatives across services, including education and property. And we were so beyond the policy and supplementary guidance, we are making every effort to be flexible, transparent, responsive, and comply with the tests of the circular at all times. And prior to making the determination on this planning application, we did take some legal advice to ensure that we were taking the education situation as it was at that point of us determining the application and setting out our decisions based on that. So I'll maybe ask if any of my colleagues here want to add anything to that, but I'll then invite my education colleagues to add anything to what I've said, ma'am. Thank you.
Anyone want to add anything to that?
I'm comfortable with that, ma'am.
Mr. Boyle, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I'm comfortable with that as well, thanks.
Can I just clarify, Ms. Watson, that you accept, that the council accepts, that the simple presence of a policy in your LDP or supplementary guidance is not in itself a justification for planning obligation? You've then got to kind of look at the case on its own merits, look at the test and the circular, and then determine whether planning obligation is necessary and justified. Is that your position?
We do accept that position, ma'am, yes.
So in your mind, what do I take from the LSIC decision? Do I apply the LSIC decision and what the court said in this case?
I think we would ask you to take from it is that it's not comparable. It's not directly comparable with the situation in Clackmannanshire with regards to secondary education, and that we feel that the LSIC decision really just reinforces the 5 tests of the circular. It doesn't introduce any new tests, and that when we were drafting the supplementary guidance, we were, as I said earlier on, acknowledging that looking for flat rate contributions across the council had to be supported by the evidence of what the impacts were on secondary school, and then beyond that, looking at each case on its individual merits to make sure that we are fully in accordance with the tests of the circular.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Mr. McLeod, for the appellant, do you want to come back on those points?
There's probably not a great deal to add, ma'am, beyond what we have in writing already, and I think you have our position. But in summary, a planning obligation towards enhancing education infrastructure can only be requested where the evidence shows that there is an impact on that infrastructure. And as I say, we'll get to that evidence later. The impact in accordance with LSIC must be more than trivial. And perhaps the only other thing to mention is paragraph 61 of the LSIC decision, where the Supreme Court was looking at the approach taken in LSIC. And as you'll appreciate, there the council was asking for developers to pay money to a pooled infrastructure fund. And in paragraph 61, the Supreme Court found that the requirement to contribute to the pooled fund was unlawful because the developer's contribution was going towards infrastructure that had no, or that was not directly impacted by the development in question. Now, ultimately, it will be a matter for you, having considered the evidence, as to whether that situation applies here or not. But that is the law. The law says that if you're in that scenario, then a contribution cannot be required. And we say that that is the position here.
Thank you. You don't have to add things that already got in writing, so there's a lot of evidence from you on the position of LSIC, what you take from that. and I'm happy that the council have explained and clarified their position on that. So unless there's any concluding remarks on that point, I'm happy to move on to the next point. Okay, so question 3, and you may have touched on this a little bit, Mr. Baxter, but it was you that just noted that the supplementary guidance on developer contributions that you've got was adopted in 2015, and it predates the LSIC decision, which was October 2017. And I just wondered if you considered your guidance was lawful in light of the LSIC decision, and given the LSIC decision, how much weight I should give to the supplementary guidance.
Thank you, ma'am. We consider that the supplementary guidance continues to be lawful insofar as it sets out the council's strategy for requiring developer contributions across a number of areas, including the secondary school estate, and our approach is still in line with that supplementary guidance. It's clear that circumstances will change over the period of a development plan and a supplementary guidance, but we don't feel that the change in circumstances, either set out by LSIC or otherwise, render the whole of that guidance or any of the guidance as unlawful. But clearly we have to take account again of the circumstances at any given point when we're making determinations on planning applications. And we're thinking about this example of a planning application in principle, where the council is really trying to guide and give advice to applicants and prospective applicants on what they might require to address. And that's really what the supplementary guidance tries to do. And a lot of the preamble in both the policy on developer contributions and the supplementary guidance, setting out what the council's process is and how we'll deal with each individual case, we feel already acknowledges that there's flexibility built into our approach. So therefore, whilst we feel that the circumstances do move on over the period of a guidance and a development plan, we don't feel that the circumstances in this case would render that guidance unlawful, and certainly not in terms of how the council is applying it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. MacLeod?
Based on what we've seen so far, we suggest that you apply no weight to the guidance. Having said that, I think it depends on the evidence that we hear in response to question 4, because in question 4 you've obviously asked the council a number of questions about how the guidance came to be drafted the way it is, and I think I'll maybe stop there and come back to that point later once we hear what the council has to say.
Okay, I think that's fair enough, because you're right. Question 4 goes into the kind of nub of what the guidance says in relation to secondary school and this flat rate. So you can go back and comment on this question 3 at that point if you want to. Actually, we'll just move on to that question 4, because I think I understand both your parties' views on what way it should go to guidance, and in fact the council views that the guidance is still lawful and how they apply it is still lawful. So, Mr. Baxter, if you go on to question 4, and this was really looking at that specific point in the supplementary guidance, which was section 5, which sets out the contributions for education. And I've asked specific bullet point questions on that. As I said, there's the preamble, and then there's a secondary school contributions table, which sets out the contribution rate, which is linked to the number of bedrooms in a unit. So really the bullet points are focused on that section 5 down to the table. So if you want to take each point in turn, I'll kind of decide at which point I want the appellant to come in, depending on what you've got to say in each of the points.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll hand over to my education colleagues largely for the first 3 points, and then probably back to the planning officers on the final point.
Thank you. In terms of flat rate was calculated. The officers who calculated this have left the council and we don't have the evidence, but what we have done is to recreate it based on the current information from Scottish Futures Trust on the metrics for individual pupils that are required, and also the rate per square metre for school building. My colleague, so that would then give us a rate of an updated rate of 9,266 per house. So that is based on.
Can I just stop you there? Do I have this information, the SFT metrics that you're working on, before me? And can you just explain how you get to that figure? Like what you times what by what, and how do you get to it?
Okay. Call on Mr. McGinley to explain this, please.
Hello. So I've done the calculation, and that's what would have been done previously. And the metrics that we've used for doing this check. So remember, this is just a new check. We've only done this as not a new piece of evidence or anything. This is just a check to answer your question. We've used the metrics from the Learning Estate Investment Programme metrics of the terms and conditions and funding outcomes January 2021, and that's produced by the Scottish Futures Trust for the government, and that's a kind of standard metric system that would that's used for costing different projects. So for doing this, we've taken I can send you this calculation at a later date. I can explain in general what we've done. So we've taken the cost from these metrics, and the cost for a secondary school in this metric system is £3,120 per square metre, and the secondary capacity, it gives you different areas per pupil, so it's 11 metres squared per pupil, and when you multiply that out, assuming a required extension for 100 pupils, just as an example to figure this out, gives you an area of 1,100, and then that gives you a cost of 3,432,000, and then when you bring that down, you can then use that to convert it from being pupils to being a cost per house, as it's shown in the supplementary guidance. That's per house, so that's why we've converted it across to that. So when you apply the secondary PPR to that, so if you take that 100 pupils and divide it by the secondary PPR, and that gives you the number of houses that you have, and then just taking that total cost that I'd mentioned previously, the 3 million, just under 3.5 million, dividing that by the number of houses gives you the figure of the 9,266. So this figure justifies that the figures that are in the table in the supplementary guidance are all below the cost that the construction costs that would be incurred, and these are just estimates. These aren't actual construction costs, these are estimates based on the government's figures that we should be working to. So all of the costs that are in that contributions table in the supplementary guidance are below that, and for the most part they're quite significantly below that, so that ensures that they're fair, and it shows that it's not requesting anywhere near the full cost of the estimated build for that. And also Grant's mentioned previously that this would only be applied if there was a direct impact, as was mentioned by Grant and the appellant, that this would only be applied if it was a direct impact from the potential development and there was no capacity in the schools. But the fact that the council has applied this system here of the number of bedrooms per unit, then that brings in an additional layer of fairness to the developer by reducing the costs. If it's a smaller development with smaller number of bedrooms and types of dwellings, then it means it's a much lower cost than what is actually going to be going to need to be covered by the council. And as I said, I can share that calculation with you because I'm aware that I've just went through it as an example, but this was just an example of what would have been done to create that table there that's in the supplementary guidance, and that still justifies that the supplementary guidance is, we're not asking for any more than what would be required, if that makes sense.
Okay, and I will ask the panel for using that and not move on to the next bullet point just now. Mr. McLeod, do you want to come back or comment on that at all?
Yes, ma'am. I think myself and Mr. Marshall will probably comment on that. I mean, I would say this is a bit problematic because, as Mr. McGinley recognises, none of this is in front of the hearing. We're hearing figures for the first time this morning. What does seem to be clear is that based on the answers from Mr. Baxter and Mr. McKinley, nobody knows exactly how the supplementary guidance was drawn up because the officers involved in it have left the council. Mr. McGinley has done a calculation which we will need to review in due course to understand its relevance to the supplementary guidance. But it does seem that the supplementary guidance can't really be given any weight because nobody can explain exactly how it has been put together. I'll perhaps hand over to Mr. Marshall at this stage.
Yes, the appellant doesn't have any objection to SFT metrics being used where we understand what is being proposed by the council and a robust evidence base to demonstrate what the impact of new development is. However, we don't have this, and we will get into this in more detail. So we don't have any objection in principle to the way the application of SFT metrics, but we need to see this calculation to respond appropriately, because none of this information is before yourself, ma'am. We've not seen this information. Just by a simple glance of the council supplementary guidance, which is supported by 2 paragraphs of text, it's clearly insufficient in terms of the test of circular 3/2012. If you look to most council supplementary guidance, you will have a number of pages of descriptive and explanatory text explaining how things have been calculated. Quite often councils will refer to real-time project costs that have been delivered both within their council areas and other council areas. None of this information has been presented. On the further point made about the contributions being fair based on the different number of houses per bedrooms, again, no information is before this appeal which explains how that's been calculated. Nothing that explains that the reduction in the contributions between the number of bedrooms is relative to the number of pupils expected from those houses. For example, there's no evidence that a 2-bed property should pay £5,000 per house less than a 5-bed property. So on the basis that none of this, there's no explanation of how the SG has been calculated, we do not consider any weight should be given to that calculation and that contribution set out in the document.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McGinley, I think taking from your evidence, you're just using this calculation, which isn't before us, it's new evidence today, as a way of justifying the figures in the supplementary guidance. So you're not relying on this calculation to justify that contribution, you're saying that it's kind of a sense check to show that the figures in the supplementary guidance from your perspective are reasonable, given the fact that you can't explain how the figures were calculated in the first place, but it might be on the kind of calculation you're given today. Is that a kind of fair summary of why you brought that calculation to the evidence?
Yes, that's fair, and that's why it wasn't submitted as part of the evidence, because we were just, this point was just raised as part of the agenda, so that's why we looked at that, and that's why I've carried out that calculation. But the calculation is just to justify that the costs there are not more than what would be requested, and that the cost would be fair, because the cost that I'd mentioned there, that 9,000 would be an average cost, and all of the costs that are in that table are below that average cost. So that means that for the 2-bedroom dwelling, it's significantly less, and the 5-bedroom dwelling, it's still less than what the average cost would be. But I agree that this it wouldn't be fair to show that evidence today, and it would need to be shared with the appellant. It's the only reason it wasn't was because we weren't aware of this point until the agenda came through, and that's when that was done, just to justify, like you said. So yes, you're correct.
Okay, so it's kind of sense check or backfitting justification for the supplementary guidance.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I'm assuming that calculation and the metrics you've used would be for a new school, a new secondary school.
That is, in the SFT metrics, the costs are to be applied for a new school or for an extension. So it specifies in there that they can be used for either.
And do any of these figures change, like the floor space change if it's a new school or if it's an extension?
Sorry?
Do the floor space requirements change if it's a new school or it's an extension?
The floor space requirements change based on the number of pupils that are in the school, so it's based on the school roll. So that's where that 11 metres squared per pupil was applied, and that was based on the size of the existing secondary schools. But again, that's something that would, that both sides would have to look at in the calculation.
And I mean, would you agree that when I read the supplementary guidance, I mean, it's not clear if it's an extension or a new school that the contribution would go towards, because it says the council is currently appraising options. It's not clear what the size of that school would be from supplementary guidance, or the capacity of a school, or the capacity of an extension, or where the extension would be.
Yeah, so the reason for that is because when you look at the LDP, then there are several potential developments across the authority. So depending on which developments occur and which developments occur at certain times, that's when the authority would need to appraise the different feasibility studies and decide, is it the best solution to go with an extension, or if there's two significant developments being signed off and beginning at similar times, then it would maybe be more appropriate to go with a new secondary school. So there are different things that could impact on that. So that's why it's not specific in there to determine what these contributions are going towards. But as Grant had mentioned previously, the contributions would be going directly to the linked development. So it would be linked with that development. It's not just sitting in a pot. And the decision on it, whether it's an extension or if it's a new school, or it might be that, as Grant mentioned previously, it might be that if the case is investigated, that there's no contributions required for that particular one. But at present and at that time, the capacities in the secondary schools are close to maximum capacity.
Hey, Mr. McLeod, do you want to come back in?
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I think some of what Mr. McGinley's just said there reinforces the appellant's point. Mr. McGinley made the point that in essence, it's difficult for the local authority when it's producing its supplementary guidance because it doesn't know what the impacts are going to be. And I think I have him noted as saying that the authority needs to appraise the impact of developments depending on what comes forward and when. Well, that's precisely what the appellants have asked the council to do in this case. We have a known development. The council has a housing land audit, which will show how many other houses are expected to be built within Clackmannanshire over a period of time. And there is evidence now that shows what is likely to happen. What the council should have done is to look at what the impact of this development plus other known developments is, consider what the capacity of its education infrastructure is, and work out what an appropriate mitigation solution is, if one is required. Having done that, the council would then be in a position to say, for example, an extension to school X is required. We know that it's likely to be however many classrooms, and applying the SFT metric, the likely cost of that is, X. That is the way that the impact assessment methodology should be applied, rather than the council's approach of simply setting out a flat rate in a piece of supplementary guidance. And I think the only other point that I would add, and then I'll hand over to Mr. Marshall in case he has anything else, is that towards the end of his evidence, Mr. McGinley said that there was the possibility that no contribution would be required. I think that's what he said. And that goes completely against the approach in the supplementary guidance, but again supports the position that the appellants have taken, that there may be scenarios where a development does not have an impact that requires to be mitigated, and therefore the supplementary guidance flat rate should not be applied.
I think I just want to add that the responses on behalf of the council only reiterate the appellant's position in terms of why they're at this appeal. There's been quite a few references to date in terms of information being provided by the council only because of a hearing agenda. The appellant's been clear throughout the determination of this application. These are matters that should have been considered as part of the determination of the application. We're unsure how the council could have determined that the determination and the financial contributions they sought from the site complied with the circular when they clearly had no evidence at the stage of determination. Hearing what we have on the lack of evidence on the costing of the SG. So it's clear that there wasn't a case-by-case assessment of the application. And the language as well, in terms of, I'll direct you to the supplementary guidance, which is core document 9.6 and paragraph 5.1, where it states, infrastructure requires a consistent approach to contributions from developers across the council area, rather than being specific to a site or individual community. And again, the evidence from Mr. McGinley there is saying, this is not based on a specific infrastructure action. Without being specific, it is not possible to demonstrate compliance with the test of circular pre-2012, in that the contribution relates to the development and it relates in scale and kind. And just finally on the point again about it's dependent on what development comes forward. This is not an issue that's unique to Clackmannanshire. A council, as part of its local development plan, will have a strategy for delivering education infrastructure to support the delivery of the development plan. So we're unclear why that couldn't have been undertaken. And this is based on a supplementary guidance that was adopted in 2015, and I believe prepared as draft supplementary guidance a couple of years prior to that. The council have had more than enough time to do this assessment and establish what exactly is required to deliver its development plan strategy.
Mr. McGinley, do you want to reply to any of that? Or Mr. Baxter, you might want to come in.
Thank you, ma'am. Just to come in briefly, and I'll allow my education colleagues to come back as well if they so wish. I think it's important to stress that the supplementary guidance went through the same assessment and examination process as the LDP when it was going through its stages towards adoption. So it was subject to the same scrutiny, as the LDP, including the secondary school requirements. And I think I'd just come back to what I've said already, really, is that the council is conscious of the tests of the circular as a planning authority, and how we apply the terms of the SG is really sort of crucial in terms of each individual case. And we appreciate and acknowledge that things will change over time. Even the cost of providing secondary school space will change over time, and that's something that Mr. McGinley's alluded to already. So really, just to say, it's the SG coupled with how the council applies that SG, I think, is an important thing to stress here.
And before Mr. McGinley comes back in, just on that point, so you're saying it's really about how the supplementary guidance is applied, which is crucial in each case. So therefore, go back to the previous question, the weight I put on this and what's in the supplementary guidance may depend on what evidence I have before me to justify a contribution. Is that, could tie that up? Is that what your position would be?
I think that's fair, ma'am. To say it is guidance, and it has to be flexible, and how the council applies it has to be flexible as well, because, as I say, we are the tests of the circular don't change, and they're applicable at any point in time. And I think, as I said, the council needs to understand that, as in reference to the answer to one of your earlier questions, just the mere presence of the policy and guidance is not in itself a justification for asking for contributions based on that.
And is it fair from what you've said today for me to take that when the supplementary guidance was drafted and then approved, there were no identified mitigations that were being costed? It was just based on I know the SFT metrics are there, it was based on those metrics, but it wasn't actually relating to anything specific. Nothing had been costed, no mitigation measures had been identified. You may not have been sure at this point whether any mitigation measures were necessary, but the flat rate was brought in using the SFT metrics on the assumption that there would be an impact.
I'll let me hand over to education to answer that one, but certainly the circumstances where the numbers were derived from assessment of how the council would deal with the need to expand the secondary estate. I know the council was in a joint education authority with Stirling at that time. That may be a sort of factor here, but I'll hand over to my colleagues if they want to provide any more sort of context to that.
David, do you want to come in this, please?
Yep. What's the first thing that came to my mind when considering this was certainly that the Track Manager Council did have this term, and they used it very specifically, flat rate, as a term. Now they're obviously knowing at that stage that was something that would have to be very carefully explained through meeting the test of Circular 3/2012. So the council were very much aware of this at that point in time, and I don't think there's any doubt that they were trying to do anything other than work with the terms of Circular 3/2012 and the circumstances that they were actually in. In terms of the working relationship they had with Stirling, that was something that came out of the local government review back in 1994, when the former regional councils were broken up. It then meant that councils such as Clackmannan Shire really didn't have the staff and the volume of staff and the knowledge and expertise to undertake a lot of, say, work that the previous regional councils could undertake. So regional councils had quite substantial teams. They had their own architects department, own engineers, own QSs. They were very well placed to come up with costs, etc. Now, over time, then we have had the circumstances where SFT and Hub and Scottish Government have become involved in costs that the council have been working with. So we have that period in time where Clackmannanshire would have taken costs from Stirling and or Falkirk, given that they at that point in time hadn't actually built a new secondary school. So what the council as a whole would really only have information available to them that would have come from a separate local authority. So when I can certainly speak to the circumstances in West Lothian, whereby in 2015, I was certainly expecting a small secondary school of around 1,100 pupils to come in at a 30 million plus figure. If we consider the amount of housing that's actually in the Clackmannanshire Housing Land Audit, which is circa 5,000, maybe 5,500, then if we multiply that by the rates that's actually in the SG, I think you'll then find that that 30 million figure is made up by that 5,000 or 5,500 houses. It's there or thereabouts. So there is a relationship. So the costs, I would assume, previously came from Stirling and were translated through to this particular supplementary guidance. The other matter which I could allude to as well, and if we want, we can look to the data that's is before the council, before the hearing, in terms of the numbers of children per house and house type. I think we'll get into that later. But the reason for mentioning that again is that the position of West Lothian Council certainly was that they had got specific advice from senior council that having a contribution rate which related to number of bedrooms or habitable rooms was in fact the correct way to proceed. And that actually followed on the back of the council, West Lothian Council, being at a hearing where the reporter pointed out that the council's own information showed that there were no children in this particular type of house, and therefore why was the authority asking for a contribution? So subsequent to that, the council then sought advice, senior council advice, as to what was the appropriate way forward, and the appropriate way forward was that there should be a rate to reflect the number of bedrooms, as clearly the number of bedrooms and as an indicator of house size and household was a key thing in determining the number of children actually in each individual house.
Okay, well, I don't have that senior council opinion before me as evidence, but I guess the point I'm getting to that in this case, for this supplementary guidance, the cost of the contribution rate did not relate to any costed mitigation. They were a generic cost applying SFT rates. I think that's what Mr. McGinley said, and that's how he's kind of sense checked the calculation. So it's a generic calculation based on SFT rates. It didn't really look at the impact from what I see here in the supplementary guidance between a certain house and the mitigation that was required. It is a flat rate. Is that fair, Mr. McGinley?
It's when you say between a certain house, you mean what do you mean by that? Sorry. An example development are you talking about?
Yeah, it's on the face of it, it's not clear that the impact from a 3-bedroom house and the need for new school has been assessed as part of this calculation. All that's been done is that, or it looks like it is, you've explained you've taken the SFT metrics, you've come up with a generic figure, cost per house, and then that has been portioned or between and fairly split between a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom plus to give this certain amount of tiers. We don't know how that's done based on it. But it's not related to impact from those houses, and it's not relating to a costed piece of mitigation.
It's not related to a direct costed piece of mitigation, because at this point in time and at that point in time you wouldn't be able to get direct costs, because the costs would be determined by when the construction would actually begin. And obviously there'd be different costs for each project, so that's why it's based on that metric. But it is related to the houses because of the PPR being used to calculate the average cost, and then the costs for the dwellings are all below that, and that's where it's been proportioned and lowered, reduced. So it's not being costed against any direct cost, because you wouldn't have that until you're further down the line for a detailed project.
And I guess is it fair to say at this stage the council didn't actually know what it was looking to deliver?
That was the fairest way for doing it at that stage, because, as I said previously, if different projects fail to come to light, then the stance would change. So if all of the projects came along and all the projects progressed successfully, then we could have been in a position where we were going for a new secondary school. We could still be if it's different things happen, but that's where it's the fair way to do it, is to have it as a contribution like that in the table.
But going back to something I think Mr. Baxter said, this was examined at the same point as the LDP. And so the LDP had obviously the proposals in, the housing land proposals, it had other social infrastructure proposals which we'll come on to, for example, the new primary school. So if it was going through the same process at the same time as the LDP, could you not have built into that, knowing at that point what the housing allocations were likely to be, what mitigation you might need if all those allocations were delivered in the time frame in your plan?
I understand what you're saying, but for example, if one of the large developments was to come to fruition quite early on, and for example, if the LDP required a new secondary school, then the new secondary school could be sitting there running at a really low capacity until the following developments that contribute towards that secondary come to fruition. So does that make sense, where it could be a staggered process, and then you could still end up at a position where enough of the developments don't get completed within that time frame?
I can understand that to a certain extent. I guess that is where you get indexation for costing, things like that, and your programming would have to take account of developments coming through. I don't think that explains why mitigation couldn't have been identified to allow you to build up a cost in your supplementary guidance. But we can leave it there, because I think I understand how you got to your contribution. I don't think I need to see that calculation that you referred to, because it's just something you've done for today to just demonstrate the contribution is fair. And I think from what I took from Mr. Baxter's evidence is that the supplementary guidance says what it is, but how it's applied is crucial in the case, and that'll be a matter for me depending on the evidence I have before me. And I think that's the point I want to take from that. I'm not sure if the appellant wants to add anything at this point.
Two very brief points, ma'am. One just on process, which is Mr. Baxter indicated that the supplementary guidance had gone through the same assessment process as the LDP. Clearly it wouldn't have, because the LDP is subject to independent examination by DPA reporters, whereas the supplementary guidance is a simple process of consult, take representations, and then reach a decision which is put to Scottish ministers. So there's not the same level of scrutiny. And then a supplementary point on West Lothian, since Mr McKinney raised it, and I'll just hand over to Mr Marshall on that.
We'd just like to raise that through the West Lothian Local Development Plan, they're currently delivering 3 new secondary schools, and that was based on a significant supporting document as part of the LDP process, based on school role projections, based on programming assumptions, which came out with the requirement for 3 schools. These schools were then costed, and then a contribution proportionately calculated based on the number of homes and the cost of those infrastructure actions. We believe this is the process that should have happened to support the council's LDP and SG, but we believe it did not happen, and there's no evidence before this appeal to date that demonstrates this has been done to date.
Mr Baxter, do you want to respond to that?
Just very briefly, I'd like to say that my understanding, ma'am, is that the ASG went through the same assessment as the local development plan policy did. That's my understanding. So it was examined by the reporter as well as the LDP.
I mean, I guess the point is the supplement guidance is what it is. It's what I've got before me. And as you said, how that's applied is the crucial point, which I'll need to consider as part of the evidence before me. I think I've got everything I need in relation to that question. I think I understand the party's position. I suppose just to clarify, I think it does need to be said, the council's view would be that this flat rate would comply with Circular 3 2012, although that's a matter of application, which comes back to the point that how you apply it is how you ensure that it complies with the tests. And I think the appellant's view would be that based on the evidence before me and this flat rate and supplementary guidance and the lack of information, costings, identifying mitigation, and link between the development and the impact of mitigation, this approach would not comply with Circular 3 2012. Hopefully that's a fair summary of both parties' positions on that. If I haven't got that right, then shout. I'm happy to stand to be corrected on that. Okay, it's almost 11:15, so I think we'll have a 10-minute break and come back at 11:25. What to do is just stop your videos, put yourselves on mute, don't leave the meeting. That's a bit more complicated, but just stop your video, put yourselves on mute, and we'll come back at 11:25. Thank you. Okay, if everyone's ready to start again, that'd be good. Okay, so we're moving on to question 5, and this was really just to make sure I hadn't missed anything in the documents that I have before me. And the point being that the need for a new secondary school is not referred to in relation to proposal H16 in the local development plan. And I noted that that proposal does highlight that contributions are required to address educational issues, including the provision of a site for a new primary school. And so just to clarify that there's no proposal for a new secondary school in the local development plan. And Mr. Baxter, is that correct? And I haven't missed anything.
No, you're quite correct there, ma'am.
Okay, and I'll just move on to the second question 6, because I don't really need the panelist's input for that. It's quite straightforward, just a yes/no question. And it was just the point that I looked at both the action programme of 2015 and the review in 2020. And again, neither of them identify the need for a new secondary school in connection with proposal H16. Again, they highlight the need for developer contributions, but again, that's not specified. And is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so we'll move on to question 7. And this is focusing on the learning estate strategy. And I'd looked at appendix 3. Getting that. Which was the cluster overview. And at page 31, there's actually 2 page numbers at the bottom of the page. One is 31 and one is 101. That deals with Lawrence Hill cluster. And each of the headings, there's a current, then there's a midterm and a long term, and then there's some kind of comments, observations. So under the current column, there's recognition that housing development will put pressure on the role of Lawrence Hill Academy. And it goes on to say that if additional housing sites were to be developed in the catchment area, the school would require to be extended to accommodate the increased role unless an element of rezoning took place. So just looking at that, first of all, I wondered in the context of that, what was meant by additional housing? So what had been assumed in the learning estate strategy put together, was it the sites that are allocated? So I'm not sure if that is for Mr. McGinley or Mr. Baxter or Mr. Bourne to deal with.
I'm happy to deal with that. Thank you. So additional housing is basically the housing sites which are referred to in the plan on pages 31 through to 33 of that. So those are the sites that are referred to.
So is that of the plan or of the strategy?
Of the strategy, basically. So the sites there are taken from the local development plan. Does that help, ma'am?
So you refer to page 31 to 33.
Yes. Or I say that there's 2 numbering, 101 to 103. The numbering different because it was a committee report, and if you start the committee report at page 1, is all the papers. That's the reason why the different numberings. But of this, it's page 33 of this actual report, so or page 31. So I think we're both on the same page.
Okay, so But then you said the additional housing relates to the sites listed on pages 31 to 33, but I thought those were just a list of the schools within the Lawrence Hill cluster.
No, so on the extreme right hand column, and this is the answers to your second point there, the 1586 figure. So the 1586 figure is accumulation of all the sites in Lawrence Hill. So your 141 for Clipmannon, 12 for Tilbury South. You're continuing over. If you add those up, you get to 1586.
It's all the sites in the LDP, all allocated
Yes,
sites.
yeah. Yes, and those that are listed in this report, the sum of the houses that are listed for Lawrence Hill in this report add up to 1586.
So when you refer to additional housing sites, is that sites over and above that number?
No, it's wording. I think the author of the report was made additional to those that are currently built.
So if that's the case, why put the number in the last column? Because I read it as being that you've got the allocation LDP, and if there's anything over and above that, then you get an impact which leads to the school requiring to be extended.
So, no, I think all so that if you go back to page 26 with this appendix starts, the heading at the top of that column is LDP 2018-38 comments.
So you're saying that was just commenting on the number of houses that were anticipated in that catchment area?
Yeah, the purpose of this report was to look at the school estate.
So on that basis, in terms of my last point then, this report, I'm really conscious and echo that on this. Can you put yourself on mute as well?
Sorry.
It's okay, just so I'm talking. From this report, I should take it that the Education Authority were of the view that if the LDP sites came forward, then the school would require to be extended unless rezoning or different timetable took place. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
I suppose the next question that how did they know that?
In what sense? Sorry. No, what? Sorry, that there'd be no requirement for
housing came forward. There would need extension.
Because sorry. What it's saying is that I suppose the wording insufficient capacity means there wouldn't be a need for a new school, rather than we seem to have lost connection. I think we've lost connection with the reporter.
Graham, are you? Oh,
Oh, sorry, we lost connection for a minute.
we can't hear you at the moment, unfortunately.
That's because I was on mute. Nothing more suspicious than that. Hopefully you can hear me now. I think that was an issue with our network. I saw it flash up on my screen. So hopefully we're now all reconnected. So I think
Yes,
the point
we
I
didn't lose connection.
was making was, how did they know that if these sites were developed, the school would require to be extended?
Because they knew what the role was and the capacity of the school. And they also knew that there was when the school was built, it was built in a way that it could be extended without expanding the cartilage of the school.
Okay, we'll come on to what it says in relation to its recommendations in a minute. Mr. McLeod, do you have anything you want to comment on from the appellant's point of view in relation to just some of the points there?
I'll hand over to Mr. Marshall.
I think our only comments are really in relation to the proposals and the mitigation actions. But I think we were also slightly unclear in terms of what work has been done to inform this.
Maybe we'll pick that up as we go through the other questions. So what you're saying I should take from this is that current housing development will put pressure on the school, the academy. Additional housing sites will clearly require some form of mitigation. And the first thing that's recommended in relation to a mid-term proposal is a review of the current catchment arrangements, particularly in relation to Clackmannanshire Primary School. I just wondered whether that had been done. Had there been a review of the catchment? Had consultation taken place? What had been done in relation to that recommendation so far?
Okay, if I can come back there. So we've undertaken a desktop review of our secondary school capacities based on our current primary school roles, and do not believe that Alloa Academy could cope with Clackmannan with Clackmannan Primary being rezoned to that. Partly because of the timing. That if we it would take a year to undertake a review of a catchment, because that would have to be undertaken under the Schools Consultation Act 2010, and that's a long and detailed process. And also, once you change a catchment, you would not change it for existing children. So you would only start to bring in children who were in their in the primary 6th year, they would be ones. So children were preparing to go to a secondary school, you would not change their transition arrangements because that would not be fair on the children. So it would take a long time for this to have a mitigation on any school, and so based on current rules, that's where we are.
So based on what you said, the desktop study review isn't before me, is it?
Sorry, put myself back on. So again, this only came out through your questions, which were released to us this week.
Okay, so until I ask the questions, no review had been done of the current catchment arrangements. Is that fair?
There's been no formal review under the 2010 Schools Consultation Act, rather than no review.
Okay, so in response to my question, until I ask the question, there'd been no formal review or otherwise. In response to my question, you did a desktop review, and you've come to the conclusion that Owl Academy can cope with rezoning.
That's correct.
And I guess the question I've got is what basis that's been done on, what assumptions you've made, and I guess the other difficulty is you're saying the consultation takes a year to review catchment, and then it takes time to implement, and you don't move existing kids, and I can totally appreciate why you wouldn't do that if you're embedded in the school system, why you wouldn't move them. But bear in mind this development wouldn't come on stream for a period of time, and the housing would be phased. Why hasn't that or couldn't that been done going forward?
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. McGinley to comment on that because he's undertaking the desktop review.
Hello. The desktop review includes looking at the previous school roles for all of the primaries and the secondaries, looking at the migration patterns within those.
Can I just stop you there? My concern is we're going to get into a lot of detail on this that's not before me to reach a conclusion. Now, I don't have any of this evidence. I don't know what you're taking into account, what school's taking into account. You're going to potentially list off numbers that I maybe don't have, maybe I do have. I don't have much information on Alloa, the capacity in Alloa, what Alloa looks like. I guess the point is, in terms of the council comes to the conclusion that it needed a new school, it hasn't undertaken this assessment. Is that fair?
Could you say that again? Sorry, you cut out a wee bit.
When the council came to the conclusion that the developers should contribute towards a new school or pay this flat rate, it hadn't undertaken this review of the catchment arrangements. This has purely been done in the last few days.
It hadn't undertaken the review of the catchment arrangements, but there was role projections within the documentation to show that the schools were near capacity. The reason we didn't submit evidence for Alloa was because Mr. McKinney was including information for the projections for Lonsdale Academy. So he's submitted evidence for that as part of the evidence, and that shows evidence for Lonsdale Academy. But I appreciate that I wouldn't go into any detail regarding Alva or Alloa. I don't know if Mr. McKinney, if you're aware of any evidence that's been submitted that would help with the secondary capacities or role projections. so I'm not bringing in new information.
Yes, ma'am, there's table 4 in the council's statement shows the primary, secondary special rules for Clackmannanshire from 1996 through to 2020. The reason why we don't show 2021 is because that's not released as a official number through the Scottish Government as yet. It's not released until March next year. So the council will have that number.
That's for all secondary pupils in the area, not per school. Is that correct?
It's for all of the secondary pupils, and I think the point to make, the simple point to make from the table, is that whilst primary school rolls are now showing some signs of decline, there's that period of increase in the primary school rolls now coming through to the secondary school rolls in Clackmannanshire. So there is a fairly simple period of increase in secondary school rolls that's going to occur. That's simply because the numbers are already there in the associated primary schools.
Okay. Just one second, I'll ask the panel if they want to make or respond to this in any way.
I think we would just reiterate your view, ma'am, that we haven't seen any of this information in the desktop assessment, so don't consider it be appropriate to comment on that. The panel's position is that, as far as they're aware, the Learning Estate Strategy is the only document before this appeal that has council approval. And within that document, specifically in reference to Lawrence Hill Academy in Appendix 3, it says, unless a catchment review is undertaken, extension to that school may be required. I'll also draw your attention to, I'll just get the page numbering for you. Page 28 of Appendix 3, which will be the top number, sets out the assessment for Alva Academy. Within that, no pressures or mitigation actions are referenced. Or did I direct you to the right page? Page 28 rather than page 26 for Alva Academy. And given the council's cumulative approach of considering the secondary schools altogether, we also need to look at Alloa Academy on page 26, which merely makes a reference to rezoning Clackmannan Primary School, but again, does not describe any pressures or mitigation requirements beyond the catchment review. So we don't believe there's any evidence that, or any formal council position that supports a new secondary school. And subject to the catchment review, there may be a requirement for extension, but again, we do not believe there's evidence before the appeal that justifies that. And we would agree that there's no immediate issue at any of the secondary schools. There is capacity. The development will not come on for a number of years and will be phased. There's sufficient time for the council to undertake this catchment review. And again, this is something that could have previously been done by the council, and the developer should not be held to a higher cost just because this has not been actioned by the council. And I'll just wait one comment on Mr. McKinney's table 4 on the historic secondary schools and draw your attention to the total secondary roll in 2004, which was 3,073 pupils. The latest number in that table for 2020 is 2,616 pupils. There's been a significant reduction in the school roll, and again, we don't have any evidence to say that there is going to be a requirement for additional infrastructure to support new homes.
Okay, I guess on the back of that, I mean, a couple of points, I suppose. I mean, I saw those two figures. Has the school state changed? That would mean that capacity's changed in 2004 on the basis, obviously, the statutory state at that point could accommodate over 3,000 pupils. And I suppose the other question is, the learning estate strategy is, you know, a relatively recent document. It was approved in 2019, I think it was. If there's such pressure on secondary schools, why wasn't it flagged or captured in the learning estate strategy at that time, really 2021? So maybe if someone could respond to both those points. That you, Mr. McKinley? I don't know.
I'll come in for a wee bit and maybe get Mr. Boyle to come in and add a wee bit extra on. So it's just to say, if you go back a page to Appendix 1, there is information in there that would have been correct at the time for the roll for that year in 2019. And then there's projections for future years as well. So there is numbers in there. Alloa is shown in 2019 as 702, and the capacity for Alloa is set at 700. And then when we're looking at Alva Academy, the roll for 2019 is 873, and the capacity for Alva is 1,000, I think, off the top of my head. And then Lawrence Hill is 1,012, and the capacity for that's 1,100. And these are the numbers that are shown on the Scottish Government website for the planning capacities. So that highlights the issue there. But I understand what you're saying, where in the tables further on that the issue hasn't necessarily been highlighted in there as well. So I understand what you're saying for that. If I could pass on to Mr. Boyle now, who maybe be able to add to that.
Thanks. The appellants referred to the rolls in 2004. The three high schools were opened in 2016 as newly built schools under the council's PPP. So the whole secondary state was changed at that point in time, and so that and they were built to accommodate the capacity at that point in time. So there,
so you're saying the capacity of the schools now, when you build is less than it was in 2004.
They were built to accommodate the pupil requirements at that point in time.
But are they less than 2004?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Is the capacity less than what it was in 2004?
Yes, because our pupil roll has clearly dropped quite significantly. Children born in 2004 would be leaving school this year.
But what was the capacity of the new buildings based on? I mean, it would have been based on a 2016 capacity, bearing in mind the time it takes to design, procure, construct, everything.
So I'm going to bring in one of my other colleagues, Mr. Baxter or Mr. Monroe, in terms of the history of the schools being built. Mr. Baxter there?
I mean, I guess I don't want the whole history of this. I'm assuming they were built under the hub or PPP. But the point you go into that process would be well before 2016 when they were opening and operational. So it's really a simple question: is the capacity of the schools now less than the capacity of the schools in 2004? Now, if you need to come back to that after the lunch break, I'm happy for someone to come back and confirm that. But I'd quite like to understand. I know the school rule was less in 2016. I can see that from this table. But what was the actual capacity of the schools compared to what it was in 2004? And if no one can answer that just now, is that something someone could find out during a lunch?
Yes, we'll find out for you, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am, if I could come in. I think the council have somebody who's wishing to speak, but I don't think the tech is allowing that to happen at this point in time. I don't know if that's something that's in the council buildings themselves.
Is that an issue with Mr. Baxter and his team?
I think so, yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I thought maybe just switched off.
No, so
conferring with
we can hear loud and clear. Yeah, we're fine. We've got a bit of trouble with the audio earlier on, but we're okay now. We've not got anything. No one here's needing to add anything, so we're okay. Thanks.
Okay, so we've covered the capacity point. I mean, I guess my other question was, why doesn't the learning estate strategy, which is a relatively document approved in 2019, identify the need for new academies?
I think, ma'am, if I come in before handing over to maybe Michael or a Ben, the council position, as we've heard, is that the new PPP schools have some measure of adaptability already built into them as part of their design, and that allows a fairly simple, quick internal adaptation to be done to these buildings, which would appear to be quite a fortunate thing to have done. After that, the schools would require extension. So within those scenarios, it's back to that proposition before that was made, that the council have a number of measures that they could bring forward to provide some limited accommodation, and that would be through these internal adaptations. And then the other consequence could be, as part of that, could be changed catchment arrangement. But clearly the overall scheme for this was drawn up a number of years ago, and as I've already pointed out and indicated in reference to table 4, the secondary schools in Clackmannanshire are going to increase, and the simple reason for that is because the primary school rules have recently done so. The secondary school rule is not going to decrease in future because not for a period of time, because that's not a possibility.
Sorry to interrupt, but the council must have also known that what was happening with the rules of both primary and secondary school at the point the learning strategy was prepared and then approved. And so just trying to understand why in that document it's not flagged up as a midterm or a longer term action that any of the academies need to be extended. Now, I get the point you're saying that they can be quite easily done because of how they're constructed. That's just not an action that's flagged up in this document. You've got, they're flagging up the review of the catchment areas. For other schools, primary schools, it flags up where at least got appraisal or looking at options. But in relation to the secondary schools, and in particular Lawrence Hill Academy, there's no reference to there being a need to review the internal accommodation, to appraise or review an extension to the school, neither in the midterm nor the long-term action. And in particular for Lawrence Hill Academy, for the long-term action, it's blank. If we're Clackmannanshire Primary School, there's a feasibility study about it at a certain point in time, but there's nothing here that, in my mind, flags up the need for any extensions to the secondary accommodation. And the council surely would have these pupil roll figures when they did this. I'm assuming the council may have also had projections, because that's, if you're doing a strategy from 2019 to 2040, you must have to base that on some kind of assumption of pupil numbers over that period. And so therefore, it just seems surprising to me that on the basis the council are now saying 2 years later it needs a new secondary school, why that wasn't flagged as an action, either a midterm action or a longer term action in the learning and straight strategy. Now, if no one has that, then I can just take my own views on that. But it would be helpful if there could be some kind of context put to that.
Can I refer you to it's the same document, the learning state strategy. It's numbered page 93. It's back to this numbering issue we've talked about before, but you know, it's the first appendix in that report. So that appendix was based on the current pupil roles and known information about birth rates at that point in time, but didn't take into account potential developments because the timing of developments would not have been known. So that takes that took up to 2023. And so that was where it came to the conclusion that there was capacity within the schools.
And if you look at your projections, particularly up to 2014, why would you not build in your LDP allocations to understand what you needed from the
because of the timing of the Clackmannanshire traditionally build has been very slow in comparison to neighbouring authorities. And that's why what council weren't able to do, because they weren't sure the timing of potential developments.
It has been highlighted for Lawrence Hill Academy, where it's saying additional housing sites were to be developed in the catchment area of the school with rapidly extended to accommodate the increased role.
Can we just stop there, Mr. Boyle? Can you put yourself on mute, please?
Sorry.
Mr. McGinley, can you say all that again?
Yeah, sorry. In the appendix on page 31 for Lawrence Hill Academy, it does state in the first box additional housing sites were to be developed. Mr. Boyle, you've put yourself on mute again. Please. Thank you. If additional housing sites were to be developed in the catchment area, the school would require to be extended to accommodate the increased role unless an element of rezoning took place. So it does state about the extension, but I understand what you're saying, where it should be shown elsewhere in the table as well.
Well, I'll just take from that. I accept the point that it does suggest it might need to be extended unless an element of rezoning took place. It then recommends a review of the catchment areas, catchment arrangements. So there must have been some belief, understanding that that would address part of the issue. And other than this desktop study you referred to, there's no evidence that that couldn't be done before me. Particularly bearing in mind the timescale we're looking at for the development to come on stream, for houses to be built, and pupils to enter into schools.
The stuff in Appendix 1, I know what you're saying where it doesn't state that, but the information in Appendix 1 shows that the Alloa Academy role is 700 and is projected to float around that number up to 2023. So that's where that's at the capacity for that. So that's why the rezoning couldn't take place. But it's potentially that the numbers could, if the numbers were less, then the rezoning could be looked at as an option, because when we're looking at stuff, we'll look at all the potential options. So that's what that could be in there for. But I understand what you're saying, that it must be potential for happening.
Okay, that being the case, and I get your point about the capacity in Appendix 1, and we saw those numbers. Why was the recommendation that a catchment review be undertaken?
Looking at the numbers, you can see that they're dropping, and obviously these are projections. So if they were to drop, and then if they were to drop more, then it means that there could potentially have been spare capacity in there that would allow for the rezoning to allow Alloa Academy to take that on board. So again, that's why it's been put in as an option. But unfortunately, the numbers at Alloa Academy are high, and they haven't dropped. So that they have ended up being about what's been predicted there. It's higher than that. Sorry. So that's why that rezoning option hasn't been applied, because it can't be done. But that's where it's been spotted as a potential solution, but it's not a viable option.
But to be fair, you only know that from this desktop study. No formal consultation has taken place.
Yes, but as part of each development proposal, an education impact assessment is undergone with the most up-to-date role information and the most up-to-date role projections. So that's where it would be considered at that stage, and that's where would be working with the developer on the most up-to-date information rather than working from this table. But I understand what you're saying, where that most up-to-date information hasn't been submitted for these schools here. It's only been submitted for Lawrence Hill as part of the assessment that Mr. McKinney is undergoing. You're on mute, sorry. You're on mute.
Sorry. We may come back to some of this later on. I just wondered if the panel wanted to add anything at this stage, either Mr. McLeod or Mr. Marshall.
Not at this stage, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to leave the rezoning to one side just at the moment. We may come back to it. Let's leave it one side at the moment. Also under that current column, it says that innovative timetabling could also enable the capacity to be increased. So I wondered what had been done in relation to that to know if that would increase capacity.
The reference to innovative timetabling would impact on the school in terms of how efficient the school can be run. So the education are always looking to try and make it as most efficient as possible for the building. So that's where we have been looking at different bits and pieces in different schools, and also networking with other schools across the authorities to see how things that can be improved to run the schools more efficiently in terms of timetabling. However, there's also restrictions in there due to the regulations, such as things that we mentioned previously with the area per pupil, and also the number of toilets that are required for the capacity. So innovative timetabling can be applied and is being applied But that is more of an efficiency thing to try and ensure that we're maximising the planning capacity of the school, rather than bumping it up by 200 pupils or so. That's just not possible through an innovative timetable, and that reference is just for efficiency purposes to ensure that we're definitely getting the best out of the schools, as we're held by the regulations for space and toilet regulations and such. You're on mute again, sorry.
Sorry. That column does say that innovative timetabling could enable capacity to increase, and it's in the context of development putting pressure on Lawrence Hill. And as I read it, it seems to be an alternative to extending, because you could put innovative timetabling in place. Now, what you're saying is actually it doesn't really increase timetabling, it just maximises efficiency. Again, why is that in this document as a mitigation measure?
So that's in as a measure to ensure that when I'm saying improving efficiency, it means that are we able to get, are we getting the maximum out of the school? Are there bits and pieces that we could do to the school to tweak how it's run? So, for example, in Alva Academy, we're currently looking at an area in there and repurposing an area in a different way, and that would potentially increase the capacity a little bit for the senior years, but it still restricts us for the junior years. I'll bring in Mr. McKinney to explain the reasoning behind that, and how we can't bump it up massively. So it's looking at all options, as I've said before. We're willing to look at all potential options to try and provide mitigation for the developments.
Yes, in terms of this idea of innovation, it's always very good to have such a term. The consequence for the school is the schools will not be sitting with massive surplus staff. They're not particularly sitting with acres of surplus accommodation at this point in time. And the idea of innovative timetabling really comes into play when you're dealing with a handling placing request, whereby you land yourself in the position where you are short of accommodation. You therefore look to the timetable to see if there are any measures you can bring to play to allow an additional set to come in to school. And I'm using the example at S1. And the circumstance would be that you have already cast your timetable for the year. You've got your staff in place. You've got know what rooms you have. You'll therefore look to see if there's any space within any of those rooms that are not utilised. You then see if you can put an additional set of children, which would be 20 pupils, through that accommodation. So, for example, you might have a spare science lab sitting at various times of the day. Well, in theory, you could put an English class or a maths class into that science lab, provided it has enough seats in the room. So you can look to accommodation and use it differently. Similarly, there might be aspects of the science curriculum that could be taught in a general classroom or indeed an English classroom, and vice versa. So that's sort of innovative measures. You might also be able to put some of your S5 and S6 pupils into accommodation that may be used by staff. So there might be some resources, spaces that could be used by senior pupils. So again, you can look to tweaking the school accommodation to achieve or try and achieve some of these measures. But in reality, when we're looking at an overall increase in capacity across the whole school on a sustained basis for effectively 100 pupils to increase the capacity from 1,000 up to the 1,100 or 1,100 to 1,200, that requires a whole suite of additional accommodation at the school. And the council seem to have built this into their current secondary schools as they have constructed that. So they do have that little bit of leeway, but even within that, they still have to consider how to maximise that, and they have to go through renegotiation of their PPP agreements. They have to fund the initial capital side of that, and indeed then the long-term additional cost to that. So all of these things are quite difficult for the council.
Can you just come back to a couple of points? One that kind of, I'm going back to something we discussed earlier, but it's just come to mind as you were speaking there about this flat rate. Now, bear in mind, all these schools are done on a PPP contract, and you're saying they could be extended easily given how they're built, if they're modularized, or I guess they're just future-proof, so you can easily accommodate either internal differences or external additional space. Why couldn't you derive from those contracts a cost per square metre per pupil to base a contribution on, which would then relate back to the cost of a building?
If I can just come in here, the nature of the PPP funding is that we don't pay a capital cost. We pay a revenue cost based on the contribution that the operating company got a contribution to their funding of the construction, plus an ongoing revenue costs for the facilities management services that they provide, so janitorial plus running costs of the school. And it's so it's not, you know, it's so what we would, our developers' contributions. Oh, I now seem to have lost a number of people.
I can still hear you and see you.
Okay, like sorry, I've lost you. But sorry. So what I was saying was that the in a, for example, in a primary school, and as Mr. McGinley demonstrated earlier, we can calculate a cost per pupil for the construction, but the PPP costs would be levied as a single cost and would include an ongoing running costs, and that's not a cost that we'd ask developers to contribute to the cost of any school.
Another question I came to mind just as I'm hearing all this evidence is, this learning and straight strategy is the most up-to-date statement of the Education Authority's position from 2019 to 2040. Is that still the case?
Yes.
And it's the only strategy that's been approved by the council? And I suppose coming back to my questions, we're kind of, I suppose, going between questions 8, 9, 10. Given this is the most up-to-date statement of Education Authority strategy, given the fact it's been approved by the full council, what do I take from the fact that there's no proposal identified to extend the school? There's no proposal to extend any academy.
Okay, I'll accept in hindsight it was an omission. The focus was obviously on, the focus in writing the report was based on the short-term capacities of the primary schools. It doesn't undermine the case that additional housing will create pressure on the secondary schools. It might not have been stated.
So I should just take from it that it is just an omission.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. McLeod, Mr. Marshall, do you want to come with any comments at this point?
I think we just want to state that, again, that the learning estate strategy is the council approved latest position, and I may have misunderstood the previous responses from the council, but I did believe that they had taken into account the local development planned housing sites into that assessment. And the appellants lodged two documents. They are AW 314 and AW 315. These are two consultation responses to live applications this year prepared by the council, which refer to innovative timetabling and undertaking a catchment review. And in both instances, it recommended that no financial contribution towards secondary schooling was sought. I just want to, we've covered a lot of ground there in the last exchanges, but I just wanted to go back to the innovative timetabling briefly. I think it'd be helpful to discuss how school capacities are calculated. Gerry's Consulting were involved in the SFT and Scottish Government Infrastructure Working Group, which reviewed the need for guidance around calculating secondary school capacity, because at the moment there isn't any national guidance on that matter, but there is an appetite by authorities for something to be prepared. So there's a variety of means of how capacity is calculated for secondary schools at the moment. But I can draw on one example which is adopted by a number of authorities, which is the Strathclyde Regional Council formula, which is obviously a legacy of the regional councils. So in the first instance, the physical capacity of the schools calculated by the number of classrooms and the number of pupils that can be accommodated in each classroom, which gives you a total physical capacity in terms of pupil numbers. And then councils will make various ratio adjustments to that physical capacity to take into account the likes of timetabling and curriculum choice. And these are generally around 0.76. So it's anywhere between 70 and 80% of the physical capacity that then is reported as the capacity of a school. It's known through the Scottish Government's publications of data sets that a number of schools across Scotland operate above 100% occupancy of their reported capacities. In the 2020-21 school year, there was 48 secondary schools operating above 100% reported capacity. In one instance, the highest was up to 133% of the reported capacity. The council hasn't presented any evidence to demonstrate that there isn't further capacity within the school based on the number of bathrooms and other requirements under the school premises regulations. But its position is that innovative timetabling through the learning estate strategy, through these consultation responses, can be used as a mitigation measure to manage new pupils from new housing development.
Okay, so it's a couple of points there. Perhaps it's worth just clarifying. Did the learning estate strategy take account of the LDP allocations?
I think the simple answer to that, ma'am, is that the 1586 houses that you're speaking to are in addition. And any increase in any site is effectively more on top of that or additional housing. And if maybe just ask the other council members to confirm that position.
Yep, I'll confirm that.
Is that the case for everything in the learning and street strategy? I just find it I do find it slightly bizarre that the allocations weren't taken into account when producing the learning and street strategy. I understand the difficulty of when things come on, programming and delays and building things like that. But is it the case that for the whole learning and street strategy, which does make reference to housing allocations in the last column in relation to other schools, that in each case no account was taken of LDP allocations?
Yes.
Sorry, was that a yes? Sorry.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Can I just come back on that, ma'am? If you look at the second page of the Learning Estates Strategy, paragraph 3.3, headed to support economic growth, it states there, housing development impacts on economic...
Can I just get that page? Sorry, page.
Apologies. So it's page 64. It's the second page in the document.
Right, yeah, I've got it.
Yeah. So first paragraph under 3.3, housing development impacts on economic development and are key to the growth of Clackmannanshire. Housing development proposals in both the LDP and SHIP have been taken into account within the LES. Now that appears to run counter to what we've just heard. And as a separate point, I have to say that it's very surprising that the council has not taken account of the impact of this development. If that's what they're saying, it's very surprising the council hasn't taken account of the impact of this development, given that the application was lodged with the council in 2010.
I need to bring that up.
That statement would support kind of my reading of Appendix 3 in the reference to additional housing. Or my understanding, just reading that, was that that was additional over and above the housing allocations, which to me made more sense than it being any additional housing in the area. Mr. Boyle, can you comment on this? Do you want to clarify it? I mean, given it's 12:30, I'm happy to break here if you want to go away and think about it. But I quite like to get a position on it to understand what the position is.
Yeah, we'll come back after lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'd rather you take time to think about it.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back after lunch. Thank you.
What that says and what the rest of the document says, and it is 12:30. So I'm happy to break there. Oh, Mr. McLeod?
We've just got one further point that might be worthwhile raising before lunch so that the council can have a think about this as well. I'll maybe just hand over to Mr. Marshall and he can explain the point.
It's just to draw your attention to page 85 of the Learning Estate Strategy as well, which includes a table with housing numbers or relevant.
Just like the document?
It's
just so we get the page 85.
Page 85.
Page 23 of the PDF, if you're able to use that.
Right, I've got it. I've got that. Thanks.
It's just to draw your attention to this table, which includes housing numbers And it concludes by saying in the paragraph above the table, further information is available in Appendix 3 in relation to the housing impacts.
Which includes the site. Site's included.
And this will include an assumption for the appeal site.
Can't see it, I got to move to it.
And we'd see that under where it says Sauchie West 774 houses in that table. Okay, that's helpful. I mean, if the council could just discuss that over lunch, it'd be helpful to come back on those points. It would also be helpful, I'd quite like to look at, I think it's document AW3.15, which is the response to the proposed impact of Hectares bridge development and what I should take from that. Whether we look at that now or we look at that in relation to question 13, which is also where I've put it up. I don't mind, but we may come on to that at some point this afternoon. Right, so on that basis, if everyone's content to break, they will break and come back at 1:30 and we'll pick up those points at the start of the session. Again, just stop your videos, put yourselves on mute. So thank you.
Mark, can you just confirm what time can you just confirm what time would 1:30? 1:30, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just raise a point in terms of technology? Council officers will have to leave this meeting and just because of technology, because we're working remotely, because we want to meet, so we'll have to come out. Yeah, if somebody can let us in.
That's absolutely fine. If you need to do that, that's fine. If you leave the meeting and then use the same link to come back into it, that's fine.
Right. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. Got everyone back on? No, or Ben back on yet, do we?
No, I'll chase them up.
Okay.
Afternoon, Matt.
Yes, afternoon.
Yes, afternoon.
Afternoon.
Okay, hopefully Mr. McGinley will join just in a minute. Do you want to start by coming back on the points you were discussing over lunch? I don't know if that's for, is it for Mr. McGinley or is it for you, Mr. Boyle?
I'm happy to pick them up in Mr. McGinley's absence, okay, just so we can get the meeting started. So the first thing is a correction in what I said. So the PPP schools were opened in 2009, not 2016, which I think, and so that means that the planning for them would have been done 2004, 2005. I think what the authority would say is that the capacity of them is correct. And that's demonstrated the fact that the past 12 years that they've been open, we've never exceeded the capacity. And also the important point for the authority is because I explained about the PPP model, whereby we're paying for life cycle and effective build costs on a revenue basis throughout the life of the project. So if we had built these schools to have a greater capacity, then the authority would be spending money, would have spent money for the last number of years that really wouldn't have been needed. Yeah, and that, from a taxpayer's perspective, we have to be careful of that. So, I think we would say that our capacity is fine, and irrespective of what our roles were in 2004, and whether they may or may not have declined, the schools are fit for the current, and obviously there is capacity within the design, as we said, for them to be expanded. So I hope that covers that point. And in terms of the learning estate strategy document that we've spent quite a lot of time talking about this morning, yes, it was focused primarily on primary schools, because that's where the immediate capacity was, and that's where the immediate issues. The impact of additional housing on the secondary estate generally comes in later in the development, and so that's why we're focused on our primary capacities. And I think when we move on to talk specifically about the PPR, which goes in sort of 12 questions 12 and 13 on the impact of this development on Lawrence Hill, we can examine that in a bit more detail, and how we've come to an assessment of the impact on Lawrence Hill. I hope that answers any points you have. Happy to see anything else.
Just a couple points from me. Actually, I wasn't sure if Mr. McGinley wanted to answer or add anything to that. Sorry, we just started a couple minutes before he came on there. Is there anything you want to add, or you're quite happy with what Mr. Boyle said?
No, that's okay. I just got stuck with technical difficulties, sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. It's just in case you wanted to add anything at this point. So I've got a couple of queries. So the schools opened in 2009. So in that table 4, which was attached to Mr. McKinney's hearing statement, the capacity at 2009 was 2,910 pupils. And that would have been in the new school buildings, is that correct?
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. The 2910 is the pupil roll in 2009.
Sorry, I meant that. Sorry, thanks for that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the roll, not the capacity. So the roll at that point was 2,910. And in relation to the learning estate strategy, are you now accepting, or is your position now that it does take into account local development plan allocations?
Mr. McGinley?
I think it does. local development plan implications. I understand your point where it's maybe not in the level of detail that you would have expected, but with the number of potential developments that are in the LDP, I think the detail's not been there, and I'm not sure if Michael would have covered this when he was talking about the capacities of the school, but you can see that from the capacities of the new schools that they've been operating efficiently. They've been covering the required pupil roles since they've been open. If there's no development, there's the role projections show that they would still cover that. The role projections would show decline, and hence why the development's in there, and the local authority is looking to try and get development to maintain the school roles and to develop the area. But in here, it's shown that the secondaries are coping with the developments that have been proposed in there. Hence, why I think it was Mr. Marshall raised another couple of the pieces of evidence from other developments where we've said that the secondary schools should be able to accommodate those additional pupils. So that shows that the planning capacities are correct for the new schools. It's only the issues that are arising now are when it's maybe the timing of the new developments coming together. At this moment in time, the developments have been spread out, and the schools are forecast to be able to cope with. Hence why in the other two proposals, the other two pieces of evidence that Mr. Marshall put for the council, it shows that there's no need for expanding or extension, and that is why in the table there it's saying about it's just the Lawrence Hill one being highlighted as the one for the extension, because the Lawrence Hill one is obviously the link is a school for the Socky West development, and it would also be which is one of the largest developments, and for the Forest Mill development, which is another one of the large developments. So that's why that one's been highlighted as an extension, and why the other schools haven't been highlighted with potential extensions, because we've looked at other means of mitigation, and the schools have proven that they've been able to cope with that. It may be that that the timings of the developments didn't work out as well as they have, and they could have caused the extensions to be required at Alva or Alloa. But at this moment in time, the projections are showing that they are okay, and that's when, as I mentioned earlier, when the potential developments are put in for planning proposal, that's when we'll look at the most recent information, and we'll work with the developer to go through all the different forms of mitigation as a means of accommodating the new development.
Can I just clarify something, just because my sound actually broke up, so that's why I'm asking to clarify it. Did you say at the very start that the learning estate strategy does take account of the LDP allocations?
I would say it does take account of the LDP allocations, but as I said earlier, I agree with what you're saying, where you would think that it could be done in a more detailed way of taking into account the LDP proposals, but that's what this table that we've been discussing with the different schools in there and the impact of it and the actions required. That's the purpose of that. Understand what you're saying, where you would expect there to be more detail and also a greater link between the calculation work that's been done behind the scenes. And I think that's the point that you're getting at.
Okay, that's helpful just to clarify that. Mr. McLeod, Mr. Marshall, do you want to comment on this just now?
I think the context of the replacements of the schools are useful. Just for background, and we have looked over the education returns that the Scottish Government publish every year, and from our reading of that, the capacities of the three academies total to 3,400 pupil places prior to replacement, and after replacement, the total capacity was 3,010 pupil places. However, that being said, the appellant does accept that this application does need to be determined on the infrastructure available at today's date, and that is our position as presented to this appeal. And just coming back, my understanding on what Mr. McGinley is saying now is that the learning stage strategy does take into account local development plan allocations, which then states that they still think they will do a catchment area review for Lawrence Hill Academy, and the extension will only be required if the catchment review is not undertaken. And we've not seen any evidence before this appeal that the catchment review cannot be undertaken. The reference to the consultation responses, which we've submitted as AW 3.14 and 0.15, for context, one of these developments, which is discussed in 3.15, is within the catchment of Lawrence Hill Academy. The number of units assessed as part of that consultation response is 650 units. And on page 27 of that document, as part of the concluding remarks, in the second sentence, it says, consequently, the school may not need physical alterations to meet capacity, but alternative proposals will need to be investigated further, as described later. Although operating the school in an alternative way may incur additional running costs, there would be no developer contribution requested for this.
So do you want me to come back in? Are you still talking, Mr. Marshall?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that ties in with what Michael was saying earlier about the schools being the PPP schools. So the council would incur additional fees for potentially changing how it's operated or changing the interior and making it run in a different way. But the council wouldn't be looking for any contributions towards that for that type of thing. The other development proposals, I'm not want to get into talking about other potential developments, but at the time, like we said before, we look at the information and we look at the impact at that time, and we can see if the schools can accommodate that. That's where the data has shown that the schools could accommodate that with those potential mitigations being looked at. Then that's the case for that proposal. The case for this proposal is that there's a significant significantly higher than other ones, but I don't want to be referring to any other the impact of other developments. It's just looking at this case here, but that's where we were looking at each case individually and looking at the most recent data and how that specific case impacts directly on that. Otherwise, it would be, I think it would be unfair to be looking at the impact of other cases against each other, because it's not a direct correlation for that case.
Mr. McLeod?
I think the difficulty with that answer, and Mr. McGinley's made this point a couple of times now, the council says that they would take account of the impact at the particular time. This application, as I've said already, has been with the council for over 10 years. At no point, as I understand it, at no point during the application, up until the application was reported to committee, the council explained that it wanted a contribution towards secondary education. And my understanding is that there is still no evidence from the council as to what the actual impact of this development is likely to be. whether that's in isolation or in cumulation with other developments. That's the difficulty that we have.
There's evidence on the impact from the report that's been done by Mr. McKinney. With regard to the history of the proposal, I'd have to refer to Mr. Baxter for that, for the history of what discussions have taken place regards to contributions. But there is evidence there to show that there's a significant impact from the secondaries onto the, significant impact from the potential development onto the secondaries. Mr. McKinney, do you want to come in for that, sorry?
We will come on to impact slightly later on, so I don't want to get drawn into impact at the moment. I mean, I think the point is that there's probably no evidence for the council at the point of the reports committee as to what the impact was. I think it's probably Mr. McLeod's point, although Mr. McKinney has produced tables and the Pelts have produced their tables, which we will come on to, I think, in relation to question 13. So I'd rather leave that to that point, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Just going back to learning and street strategy, we're saying now that it does take account of the LDP allocations. So when it says in that Appendix 3 for Lawrence Academy that when it refers to additional housing, that would be housing over and above the LDP sites. Is that now the position? No.
The additional housing is the housing for the LDP sites. So that's where we're saying that the 1,000, what is it?
1,586.
Yeah, so that's where that's taken account of the number of houses or number of dwellings for the sites highlighted in the LDP that would have the impact on Lawrence Hill. So that's where I'm saying that it has linked it together. It's just that it's not been linked together in as much detail as what you would think could have been done, or what you would like, sorry. But it has been linked together. But when you're looking at it in terms of such a massive strategy, you can understand why that level of detail hasn't been drilled into. But I understand your point and the appellant's point of not having it in detail, linking it, and also not having any the calculation work backed up, the calculation work there to back that up.
I'm really sorry to labour the point, but I think it is an important point from my perspective. We're saying it takes into account the LDP sites. So why isn't the proposed actions and mitigation recommendations not predicated on the fact of the impact the Education Authority thinks will be from that additional housing? It seems a bit odd to me that you say in one column that if additional housing sites were to be developed, school would require to be extended unless there was rezoning, yet there's nothing in any of the actions, either mid-term or long-term, which then go back to the fact that there might need to be an extension. So it seems to be a disconnect, which is why I wondered if, when I was reading, that the additional housing was over and above LDP sites.
No.
Which would make sense in the fact that there's no reference to an extension.
Yeah, I can understand why you would think that, but that's not additional housing over and above. I understand what you're saying, where it's been highlighted in the first bit as an issue, and then there's not other bits in there. There should be bits as a next steps kind of thing to back that up. But that's where, because it's at that stage where it's the whole overarching strategy, that's where it's been looking at all of these potential new houses and then linking that in with these are the feasibility options basically, and that's why it's been highlighted for Lawrence Hill, but it's not been highlighted for the other ones because, as has been proven, the Allo Academy and cope with the developments and are projected to cope with the potential developments in the LDP through staggering them, just a natural staggering process.
Okay, I'll leave that point. Mr. Marshall gave some capacity figures there, both prior and after replacement, can the council confirm they're happy with those figures, or do they dispute those figures? I think you said it was 3,400 prior to replacement and 3,010 after replacement.
If I could just come in at this point, I think it's a bit irrelevant, to be fair, because the schools were built. The schools were built for the capacity that was needed. And back to my point around the running cost of these schools. So irrespective of what size they were, what they were built for the capacity that was required, and in order to protect the council's financial interests, we cannot afford to build schools under the PPP model that would have greater capacity than was required within the next 10 years. And we've demonstrated that the schools are not short of capacity.
I accept the fact you can't build more schools or more capacity than you need. From my perspective, I'm trying to piece together the evidence I've got to try and come to some kind of conclusion in my mind as to what developer contributions, if I'm minded to grant this application, would meet the test of Circular 3 2012. And to understand that in relation to secondary school contributions, I need to understand a bit more about, is there other capacity, given the fact that the council strategy is to look at rezoning first, then into the timetable, and then perhaps an extension, although that's not in the learning state strategy. But that seems to be the order of events. So what I'm trying to establish in my mind, given that I don't really have the evidence before me, is what is the capacity of the schools? And so I just needed to know if those figures seemed about right to you guys. It was 3,400 prior to replacement, 3,010 after replacement, because that gives me a feel as to what capacity there might be, bearing in mind I've got the secondary school roll figure from Mr. McKinney's evidence in table 4, which gives me a feel as to what that figure looked like over the years. So it's whether that after replacement, if we're looking at capacity of 3,010, where that seems about right. And again, if that's something you want to take away and come back with tomorrow morning to confirm, I'm happy with that.
So I'm sorry. Are you trying to establish what's current capacity for the 3 secondary schools? Is that your question?
Yeah, nothing to do with roles, nothing to do with that, just what
The capacity,
the capacity of the building.
Okay, I think that was in Mr. McKinney's document, wasn't it? Just McKinney, do you want to come in?
Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I've lost some of my information here. No, in terms of the pre-existing capacities, I don't have that to hand at this point in time, so I can't confirm whether it's correct or not correct. I assume it'll be taken from one of the Scottish Government standard tables, in much the same way that I take a lot of my data from the standard government tables. But I can't confirm, I can't say that I've seen that at a point in time.
Yeah, Mr. Marshall said he took it from the Scottish Government Education Returns, and it was the capacity after replacements. So we're replacing replacements 2009, so the figures he took were from that, and he said it was about 3,010 capacity after replacement for the 3 schools. If you don't have it, I'm happy for someone to confirm tomorrow morning that you're happy with those figures and you agree with them.
Yeah, well, if it needs to be confirmed, we'll have a look this evening to see if we can find that. I don't know if Mr. Marshall can let us know what table number it is, and we can just use the same source.
Mr. Marshall, do you have table reference to hand?
It's the Scottish Government Scottish Government School Estates data set I've been looking at. And just for clarity, my understanding from these data sets is Alloa Academy currently has a capacity for 900 pupils. Previously, that was 1,000 pupils. Alva Academy was previously 1,200 pupils, and it's currently 1,010 pupils. And Lawrence Hill Academy is currently 1,100 pupils and was previously 1,200 pupils.
So can I just ask a question, please? When you say previously, can you just confirm at which point in time?
Prior to the replacement.
You're on mute just now.
Apologies. What you're saying is 15 years ago, the schools had X capacity. Is that what you're trying to point out?
Mr. Marshall has done the comparison between before and after. I'm not really that concerned about that. What I'm concerned about what is the current capacity. And so he's given the figures that the current capacity is 3,010, Alloa is 900, Alva is 1,010, and Lawrence Hill is 1,100.
Ma'am, in terms of what I have before me, which is the capacity, Alva is 1,010, so we could confirm that. Lawrence Hill 1,100. Then the other figure I have is 725 for Alloa, and that's a different figure. And again, that's coming from the Scottish Government. So we need to confirm, I think, the pupil numbers for our capacity for Alloa. I know Alloa has a primary school within it, if I've got the correct school. So the capacity may well have been adjusted down for that. If Mr. Boiler, Ben, could confirm that.
Ben, you got that figure?
Is that the St Mungo's Roman Catholic Primary School? Is that on the same campus as Alloa?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just looking for the SG10 document that Mr. Marshall referred to. I've got a copy of it, but it's not where I thought it was, so I was just trying to get that quickly. But yeah, you're correct with the St Mungo's.
So that 900 may include the primary school element and not be purely secondary school capacity. Okay.
Could I maybe just come in with one query in relation to St Mungo's? And if you look at the Learning Estates strategy, page 35 of the PDF, or 97 or 27 at the foot of the page, you'll see St Mungo's listed in the left-hand column. It refers to a shared campus within Alloa Academy. It says that the old St Mungo's building has been mothballed pending future reviews. And then it says Alloa South option appraisal required by 2021. And I just wondered, could the council confirm what's happened with that?
Mr. Boyle, is that one for you?
Yeah, I'll come in here, thanks. Right, that review has been delayed. It's clear that, the impact of COVID has put, we're carrying out a full assessment of our school estate at the moment, and that forms part of that.
Maybe just one follow-up question. Our understanding is that the current occupation of Alloa Academy by St Mungo's is temporary, and that the council intends to do something about that, and that's not related to this development at all. There is a proposal proposal is maybe too grand a phrase for it, but there is an intention by the council to do something about the temporary nature of that accommodation and to rehouse St Mungo's. Is that correct?
It's correct. It is temporary. It was an emergency decant, and we haven't formalised the future location for St Mungo's. So we haven't undertaken a consultation under the 2010 Act, which is required for any permanent decant or permanent relocation of St Mungo's, whether that be to remain within Alloa Academy or to be somewhere else. We're still carrying out work to investigate the issues that we faced when we decanted St Mungo's from their existing building, and it's part of a wider option appraisal that we're looking at, and we're working with Scottish Future Trusts at the moment.
But it would follow that if the conclusion of that option appraisal was that St Mungo's should have a different building or be decanted elsewhere, that would increase the capacity or the available capacity at Alloa Academy.
That's correct.
Okay. I think we can move on from that. Right, has anyone got any final comments to make in relation to those elements of our discussion? I think I'm quite happy to move on.
I've got the numbers now for the capacities for the secondaries, if you want that. So I've got 725 for Alva Academy, 1,010 for Alva, and 1,100 for Lawrence Hill, and that's from the Scottish Government information on their website. So that's a total sum of 2,835.
And I think that difference between the 900 and 725 is the St Mungo's element, the primary school element that's there. So we're kind of in broad agreement that those figures and that capacity is around about 2,835 in respect of secondary places. Albeit the capacity at Alva School's got an extra 175 if St Mungo's was
So the only thing I would need to check is what the previous capacity of the school was, in case the capacity number that Mr. Marshall was talking about was from the old Alloa Academy. So I'll double check that for you and get back to you with that tomorrow.
Okay, well, I think you did say the old academy was 1,000 and the
Right.
new academy is 900.
Right, cool.
I mean, feel free to check and confirm tomorrow morning, but that was the evidence I took from it. The old one was 1,000, the new one reduced to 900. And we're saying that 1,000, the secondary number is 725, with the remainder being St Mungo's. Okay. Right, if we move on to question 11. Now we're moving on to the primary school. So in the local development plan, policy, I think it's S05, is for the new primary school at Sauchie West. And of course, the learning estate strategy again, which is more up to date, was the most recent statement. This recognises, again, I think it's page 32, the refurbishment of existing school and creation of a nursery class for January 2020. And on our site inspection, we saw that happened. There was a nursery in situ and various other works have been carried out. Then the mid-term proposal in the learning estate strategy is an extension required to accommodate potential housing development. And the last column there refers to 3 sites, including this one, and the first 923 French and new build houses, including Sauchie West. And the long-term proposal is a review as part of Sauchie. And then if you go to the action programme, this action in relation to this policy is the identification of a site for any potential new school within housing site H16. Taking those together, the LDP policy, the action plan and learning state strategy, and given the timescale of when they were approved by the council, 2015, 2019 for the learning state strategy, and the action programme review was 2020, I just wonder how much weight should be given to the policy S05 and whether it was out of date, and these other documents, action programme and the learning state strategy, should be given more weight when you take it all in the round. I'll start with the council on that.
Okay, Mr. Baxter.
Okay, I'll start off. Michael, thanks. Thank you. I'm just in terms of, well, first of all, we're experienced a little bit of sound breakup. I don't know if anyone else has got the same problem.
No.
How bad is it? I'm not hearing anything, any problems at all from my end, and others are kind of shaking their heads.
It sounds like it's maybe just an our connection. We're getting most of what's been said, but we're missing some little chunks here and there. I don't know where it might be.
Do you want to hang up and back in?
If you're happy for us to do that, that might help solve the problem. Yeah.
Let's give it a try.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll just let Mr. Baxter hang up and call back in. I don't know if his system's frozen, given he's still in a box on my screen. We might get 2 Mr. Baxters. Is anyone else having a sound issue?
No.
We've been okay as well.
Yeah.
It may be because they're working out of a council building. I wouldn't like to say that, but sometimes the Wi-Fi is better in people's houses than it is in a council building.
I think we've got 2 Mr. Baxters. Mr. Baxter, can you hear us now?
Okay, we're back with you.
I think you're logged in twice, but that's
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it. If you hear, then just carry on.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Coming back to point 11, and just say that the LDP references is proposal SO5 rather than policy SO5, and it's for Sauchie West new primary school. And really, in a sense, that proposed allocation, although it doesn't show a sort of plan or a map of the proposal as other LDP proposals do, it does make reference to that being outlined in the indicative master plan for the planning application. And I think the word indicative is probably quite important there. And really that relates to the the applicant bringing forward the proposal for the new primary school on the site, and the council having its minded to approve decision for that as part of the development in 2013. And then what followed on in terms of our considerations of what would go into a draft Section 75 agreement around the possibility of that school being a replacement for Craigbank, as well as accommodating the existing development. I think over time, during the processing of the application, the likelihood would be that that would be, rather than a replacement for Craigbank, a single stream school that would largely accommodate the impacts of the development. And we've already talked about the improvements that the council has made to Craigbank that have been set out in regards to things like achieving 40 hours nursery places. So in terms of both planning and the Education Authority's assessment of the proposals and the determination of the application, it certainly remains the council's view that the way to accommodate this development is with a new school allocated on the application site. And we note that although at the point of the application being determined, the applicant was not saying that was something they felt was required, that in their most recent hearing statement from September, they've indicated willingness to continue to safeguard a site on the planning application site for the primary school. And if the reporter was minded to approve the application, that is very much what we think is required here. So we do believe that the proposal remains relevant, and also the fact that it is given reference to in the learning state strategy under the Lawrence Hill cluster summary table. The learning state strategy makes reference to a possible new school at Sauchie West, and the state of this proposal reflects quite fairly that the council, as Education Authority, had possibly higher priority, more pressing issues to address, and with some uncertainty over the prospects of the Sauchie West development going ahead. But the need to retain consideration of the impacts of that development coming forward were still retained. So over time, it's become more likely that any school at Sauchie West would be a single stream school, given the current situation at Craigbank. So I'll maybe hand over to or give my education colleagues an opportunity to add to that if they so wish.
David, is there anything you want to add?
I'm okay with that scenario. The basically Sauchie West's legacy application, it's been around a long time. The council's position and indeed legislation, and especially the preschool requirements, have changed very significantly over time. So the council is now very much where it is. It's been through a number of processes to consider the best route forward. In a sense, rolling the clock back, it may have been good or desirable to have replaced Craigbank primary school, but the simple fact of the matter is that the council ran out of time to make such a decision and to act upon it, and had to really then look to the school as it was, start to make improvements to it, and also then to address the additional nursery requirements. So no further comments from me at this point.
There's nothing else from the Education Authority.
Okay, when I look at the learning estate strategy, I would say the emphasis is on an extension to the existing school at Craigbank rather than a new school. There's various references to extensions of the school in the context of Sauchie West throughout the document, and in particular in that Appendix 3, where the action is for an extension. There's various points in the document, we can go through them, which seem to me to suggest that a further extension, gym hall, or the midterm mitigation action required as a consequence of Sauchie West rather than a new school. And that's why I asked whether the original proposal, I did mean proposal, not policy, apologies for that, for the new school, whether that had now moved on in light of the learning and strength strategy, which, as we've heard, was focused apparently on primary school accommodation, because that's where the constraints were, and therefore is the council's most up-to-date statement of its intention in relation to its estate. And so that, can we just explore that a bit further? Because to me there still seems to be a disconnect between the two documents, between the LDP proposal and what's in the learning and strength strategy. I can take you to the paragraphs if you want, that relate to what it says for Craigbank. I mean, if you want to go to your first point, 3.7.2 of that document, it comments on a significant upgrade of the current facilities will be completed by January 2020 with opening the nursery. As I said, we saw that. Further extension and a new gym hall are proposed pending a future decision about potential housing at Sauchie West. And as I said, Appendix 3, the midterm action is an extension required to accommodate potential housing development. And long-term action is a new building. It's about a review of.
I'll let my education colleagues come in again, ma'am. But I think in reference to that point, I think that may well mean that Sauchie West was creating some uncertainty as to whether the new school on that site would be built or not, and that's maybe the reference to pending decision on Sauchie West. But ultimately, the council decided to go ahead with that extension, you know. And I think my colleagues are better placed to answer this than me, but I think that was significantly predicated on achieving the 1140 hours requirements from the government. So that kind of overtook, being able to sort of delay that decision any longer.
Yes, that's correct. We had, there wasn't a nursery in Craigbank Primary School prior to delivery of 1140. But there was only one nursery covering the whole of Sauchie community, and we needed additional places, and so for there was space at Craigbank to enable us to put that in there. I'm
not disputing that, and I totally agree that was, you had to go with what you had to go with to meet the government's 1140 hours. But the learning estate strategy seems then to suggest that the midterm action is still an extension. It's not a new build, it's an extension required to accommodate potential housing development, which seems at odds with the proposal in the plan, but might be because circumstances have moved on and is now understanding that an extension is sufficient at this point to accommodate potential housing development. And that's why I was asking whether the proposal and the council's thinking had moved and was now out of date, bearing in mind the learning estate strategy is the most recent statement of the council's intention.
Yeah, it has moved on. We given the topography of the site and the challenges of the existing school and the capacity of the existing school, we don't believe that an extension could be accommodated.
So what has changed in the council's thinking between the learning estate strategy in 2019 and the council's current position now?
If I just pick that up, ma'am, and maybe Michael and others can come in behind, it would appear to be the analysis that was done for the new nursery provision. So when that was looked at, there was a range of options, including freestanding building considered on the Craigbank Primary School site. And it's through that then that the council determined or found out that the issues of constructing on the site and extending into the playground was actually creating a range of problems, and the additional capacity was compounding other issues that the school has in relation to its vehicular access and pedestrian access. So the council at that stage, as far as I'm aware, moved back from a further extension at Craigbank and sought to make use or maximise or optimise the existing building at that point in time.
But at the time the learning state strategy was approved, drafted and approved, the council would have gone through the process of designing the nursery, because it must have been under construction at that point. So I think it opened January 2020. So why in the learning strategies there's still reference to extensions to Craigbank School as a mid-term option rather than a new build on the Branshill site?
Ma'am, I could just bring in Owen Munro to try and assist with that point. Just we're just turning the camera on now, so I'll put the camera on. That would help. She started the video.
Hello, ma'am. I mean, we've looked at Craigbank recently. I mean, obviously we're pushed in the route to look at the immediate for the 1140 provision, but we've looked at in a lot more detail the learning estate, and as Michael's has touched on earlier, we're doing an options appraisal and condition surveys and a whole complete assessment of our learning estate assets. We have looked at the site and we don't think it's suitable for an extension. That's truthfully where we're sitting in 2021. We don't think it's suitable for extension in terms of access to things, the site layout, how it's landlocked with houses round about it. We just don't feel it's a good option. That's the long and short of where we are now.
We will come on to looking at looking at the extension later on. I just wonder if the parents want to come at this point and make any responses or comments to what you've heard.
Yes, thanks. I think just one overriding point going back to the question at hand is the local development plan is out of date. It's more than 6 years old. For context, the council abandoned its review of the local development plan in, I believe, 2020 in anticipation for the national planning framework coming out. So the plan itself is fundamentally out of date. And as we can see, the policy, well, the wording under the proposal for the new school at Sauchie West is out of date. We still believe the learning estate strategy is the latest council approved position. We agree with your interpretation of the learning estate strategy in terms of what that says about an extension. I would also draw your attention, there is actually a separate entry in Appendix 3 of the learning estate strategy on page 33, 103, and that states for Sauchie West, new school or extension to Craigbank. In terms of the points just made by the council there, we're a bit at a loss in terms of how they've now reached a position that they can extend the school, having had a look at the extension in 2017, which I believe is council document 19 that's been submitted, which looked at removing 4 classrooms, primary classrooms in the school, converting that to nursery, and then putting a 4-class extension on the back of the school to replace those primary classrooms. That work was done prior to the learning estate strategy being approved, and we're not clear what evidence the council now has, which has informed the reporting today that that can no longer be delivered. And we will get into this in more detail, but we fundamentally disagree that school can't be extended.
Okay, I don't want to get into how you would develop the site or couldn't develop the site at this point, but is there any comments the council wants to come back on in relation to the LDP being out of date and the learning strategy? Mr. Bassett, did you want to add?
I'll just invite Alan Finlayson to briefly come back on that point, Madam.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah, just to make the point that I mean I would contest the fundamental out of yes, our LDP is review out of date. That's a position that's been the position we've adopted in reviewing under following NPF4 has been agreed in consultation with Scottish Government. So I just make the point that I don't consider that to be a fundamental issue in respect to the considerations at the hearing today. But I would note the point that factually it's correct to state that our LDP is out of date.
You're on mute.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Want to add anything? No. So I thought I saw someone put their hand up. No, I was just really side of my eye. Okay, we will come on to the extension, how you'd extend it or not extend it, what the issues are. So we'll move on from that. And we'll move on to question 12. I'm just wondering if parties rather have a 10-minute break now before we get into this, rather than try and start this issue, then break and come back to it. So I propose maybe 10 minutes just now, come back at 20 to 3, and we'll start with question 12. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay, if everyone's back on, Mr. Baxter, you and your team back on? Because I can't see you.
We're here in this room. Just maybe check with my other colleagues who are elsewhere if they're there.
I think it's
They
just
can make themselves known. That'd be good.
Mr. McGinley's having problems, technical problems, or connection. Maybe he's got a poor connection or something. We're on the basis, I think, probably question 12 will be dealt with mostly by Mr. McKinney. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's right. So if I think we're happy to proceed if you're ready to restart proceedings, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we are ready. What I'd say is also we're going to question 12, and I've listed some bullet points there. I'm happy if this goes into more of a discussion because it's quite. I don't want to artificially kind of break it up, but it's more things that were coming to mind as going through the evidence. So I'm quite happy for you to take a few of the bullet points together, to explain where you're coming from, what your thoughts are, and try and answer the points. If I don't think they're answered, I'll come back to them and ask specific questions. But feel free to discuss amongst these bullet points, not just focus on per bullet point, if that's easier to explain the CHR or the PPR. So Mr. McKinney, do you want to start off with this?
Yep, I'll lead off. In terms of the first bullet point, link between or correlation between primary PPR and the secondary, I think there is, and and to sense there has to be, because what is happening in primary school when the roles are increasing because of new housing, then that inevitably feeds through to secondary school. And when the typically a new housing, a bit of generalization, it's the case that most new housing will impact on primary schools rather than secondary schools first. So there will be some children going into secondary school when the scheme is being developed initially, but then that's the larger proportion of children to the secondary school feeds through as the development progresses, and the numbers from primary school actually start to join the secondary school. So there's a relationship there, and that is often a delayed relationship in terms of the full impact of the primary people product ratio impacting on the secondary. In terms of the scale of difference between primary people product ratio and the secondary, well, the first thing to take note of is the simple fact that there's 6 stages in secondary school and 7 stages in primary school. So there will be an obvious difference for that. But the pattern, one of the key things, I guess, is this pattern of the primary PPR leading and followed by secondary. And of course, before there's a primary PPR, then there's a preschool. And it's often the case that the numbers in preschool are starting to form up and work their way then into the lower years of primary school. And then the infant years in primary school are very full. Then that starts to progress through to the upper primary stages, and then in due course into secondary school. So that can be a fairly lengthy time frame that takes place within. So in terms of the next point, in terms of PPR, is assuming for primary and secondary, noting that there's conflicting evidence coming about. And the position that I took was I was going from the council's published rates, and indeed what I'd previously obtained from the council through a FOI. So that's where I was coming from in terms of the people product ratios. Those are the official numbers. And then other numbers that are presented to developers over time, sometimes those are quite specific analysis that have been done in terms of the scale of that research that went into that. That might be something that was quite small and therefore not very representative. And to deal with an application which is in principle, we don't really know what is actually going to be built, and where the scale of the development goes up and down, then we really have to progress on the basis of the standard people product ratio for primary and secondary. And if further evidence comes forward that supports adjusting those ratios, well, then that could be taken into account at that time. But to start with, it's certainly been my experience to work from the council official figures that they have or have published, and then work from that to something different if there is going to be something different. And we need to note that the PPR quoted their average, so that means it would be much lower in places, and it'll also be much higher in places. It's an average figure, so we can't lose sight of it being an average figure. And again, if I was to go back to experience in some parts of Edinburgh, for example, there's some areas of Edinburgh where the people product ratio is virtually non-existent, not because the housing is dominantly student accommodation, for example. You might find other parts of towns, or indeed Livingston and elsewhere, you'll find that you might get a cluster of older children being close to a favoured secondary school, in which case that would distort the people product ratio. You might find a high number of secondary children and very few primary or nursery children. And the people product ratio then for secondary could be very high because of that. So there's a whole range of people product ratios out there and different reasons to drive them. If you have a primary people ratio, then as of typically then the secondary PPR should be reduced, should be lower than that. So that's a reasonable point, but we need to know that the secondary PPR could in some circumstances be much higher, as I've just mentioned, than the primary. And there could be valid reasons why that's the case. So I don't know if you want to go through to the table 3 or give the appellant some opportunity to discuss their 0.19.
Yeah, can we just pause there for a minute? Can I just confirm that so you used 0.37 as a primary people product ratio? Is that correct, Jeff? Did you use 0.27 for secondary? Sorry, you're on mute again.
Yep, that's it back. Yes, a 0.37 and the 0.27.
Okay, and I get the fact you're taking it from the council's published rates and your FY response, and we'll come on to your table 3 in just a minute because I'd quite like to go through that. Were you aware of the response from the Education Authority on the 18th of November, which is core document 3.24? Had you seen that?
I didn't see that until later through the process.
Then you wouldn't have been aware that in that document the council was saying that the PPR that should be used should be 0.27.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
And I guess, I suppose, would you accept or would you agree that that is a formal response from the Education Authority, and therefore it would seem reasonable that that is used for the primary PPR as opposed to the published figure? Is that a fair point? If that's the most recent evidence I've got of what the council position is, and from the response from the Education Authority, it sounds as though they'd done, what you're saying is they'd looked behind the scenes, they'd done some analysis of what was actually coming through the system, and in their view that was what the figure should now be as opposed to the published figure of 0.37.
Could I step in there to talk about that for a wee second? It was just to say that analysis work that, as it said in the what's the document, CD 3.42. So it said that the Council's Education Service has reviewed the impact of recent new developments. Since then, we've done further research and analysis on PPRs across Scotland and looked at the HOPS report. That's highlighted to us as the Education Service. That's highlighted to us how important it is to look at the age of the dwelling and how much that impacts on the PPR. So that 0.27, that was taken, as it says, as recent developments. So to get an appropriate PPR that should be applied by working with Falkirk Council and Stirling Council and looking at the HOPS report, we understand that the data sets that create a PPR that can be applied for this need to be over a couple of decades to understand how the PPRs fluctuate up, as Mr McKinney was saying, where initially the primary PPR will be high, and then some of the weighting from that will transfer across to the secondary PPR, and then eventually after 2, maybe 3 decades, it will gradually balance out once the dwellings become much more established. So at the point of that email, you can see that it's from recent developments. So that 0.27 isn't an accurate representation of what the PPR should be. But as I said, that wasn't apparent until we have looked at all the other authorities' approaches and methodologies, the other authorities' data sets, and worked closely with other authorities to try and gain a better understanding of how the PPRs fluctuate and gradually change over time. So that's why we wouldn't be looking to use the 0.27, and that's why we've not changed it to the 0.27 as this kind of standard approach. So the 0.37 that Mr McKinney used is closer to what we'd be looking to be applying for the initial estimate. And as Mr McKinley said, because we're at a stage where it's planning permission in principle, we're not clear on what the housing mix is actually going to be, so that could go up, it could go down. We're just using a best initial estimate PPR to get us into the kind of region, and obviously through discussions with the developer, and once the housing mix progresses, then that PPR will change and will be an accurate representation of what the development actually is. This is just the initial estimate.
Okay, so you're now saying this response from November 2020 I should disregard, even though it was the Education Authority's with most up-to-date position at the point the application was going to be determined. Yet there's no evidence before me to go from a 0.27 figure to a 0.37 figure, based on what you just said, as to why that should now change. When you say you've done more review, you've looked at the HOPS report, I'm not sure which report the HOPS report is, and therefore I should disregard the 0.27, but what evidence is there to show me that I should disregard the 0.27?
Prior to that email, the council were operating similar to what Stirling Council, the previous partner for the council, were operating with the 0.37. And then after doing a bit of analysis with the recent developments, that's when they suggested this 0.27. Mr McKinney will probably be able to explain a bit further with the reference to the table, to the primary PPRs used across different authorities, and how the 0.37 is what we'd used previously until that analysis had been done, and also that in the table Mr McKinney will probably be able to explain a bit better on the primary PPRs that are used across different authorities and how they align more with the 0.37 rather than the 0.27. Mr McKinley, would you be able to step in?
I don't really want to go into table 3 just now because I want to give the panel a chance to comment as well. I'm just trying to unpick this a bit because obviously I've now still got conflicting evidence before me. I don't really understand why the council is now moving from the 0.27 figure based in a formal piece of correspondence to the developer, which must have fed through to the report, the committee report, recommending the refusal, and it must have been fed through to the planning obligations that were suggested at that point. Yet now we're saying it should be a 0.37 figure, yet there's no evidence to suggest why, given there was a recent review which came out at 0.27, where's the evidence that supports 0.37, or are you saying that the evidence is actually Mr. McKinney's evidence and the table 3, and that's what I need to look at in order to substantiate your PPR of 0.37?
Yeah, so the table 3 that Mr. McKinney will go through is part of the evidence that would show that a 0.37 figure is more realistic than the 0.27. The 0.27 is too low. It's when it's a younger piece of housing development, so that number would be taken too early. There's the table 3 will demonstrate.
Are you saying that the younger a housing development is, the lower the PPR should be?
The way it works is within the first decade of the development, then the PPR will reach a peak. It will gradually it will fluctuate, but it will move up, and then from about year 5 to year 10, that's when it will reach that peak and kind of stabilise around there, and then the weightings will transfer across. But obviously, I've not submitted any evidence to show that, but this is just the HOPS report, which I think Mr. McKinney had submitted as part of his report. There's discussion in the HOPS report about how the age of the dwelling, the age of the developments have a considerable impact on that. Mr. McKinney's got experience of that as well from West Lothian, but obviously I'm not submitting any new figures or calculations or anything to back this up. It's just that's what's happened. But that's where that 0.27 figures came from, and you'll see from Mr. McKinney's explanation of table 3 that the 0.37 is a much more realistic figure compared to other local authorities within that table.
Even though this will be a brand new development based over 14 years, that figure 0.37 would still seem acceptable and reasonable to the council?
Yeah. But obviously, that's where we're saying that this is the initial estimate. So if once the housing mix comes out and once we're further down the line, then the PPR figures that would be applied would be much more detailed, and it'd be an accurate representation.
So it's a bit late at that point from my perspective, isn't it? I suppose I'm struggling to understand the education response of November 2020. Now, we'll unpick that a bit further, and then I'll let the appellant, because I'm sure they've got something to comment on this too. It's reviewed the impact of recent new developments. So I'm assuming that was developments that were brand new to Clackmannanshire. Doesn't matter if they're allocated or not, but they're brand new developments. And therefore, I don't really understand why there should be a difference between what the average PPR was for those brand new developments and what it would be for this development. If they're, brand new developments, what's the difference?
So the difference would be that because they were recent, they wouldn't have worked up to what the actual impact is going to be. So that's where that 0.27 figure's too low, because it's the data's too recent. by working with the other local authorities, we've seen that you have to analyse it over a couple of decades to see how that PPR figure fluctuates, and then it's from there that you're able to see what the capacity requirements are. So that's where it's because it's been recent, then that information is inaccurate because it's how recent it is. But obviously, it'd be better to do it from the Clackmannanshire developments, like stated in that email. But it's because of the time frame that it's been done, whereas other local authorities have got larger and more spread out, more developments over a longer period of time, and they've been able to analyse that and pick out the trends, and that's been highlighted from networking with the other authorities, and also it's been highlighted as part of the HOPS report.
Okay, did you want to come in?
If I can maybe just make a few comments. The time or the timeline for a development in terms of its people product ratio is something that is actually very, very important to understand. So the first house that gets built, if you think of it as having a chance of being no people in the household at the outset, or maybe within 5 years, it could have its first child turning up as for a primary school. So if you do an analysis of a new housing area, and if that housing area isn't particularly large, then you might well find that you're quite simply too early in trying to assess what the child people product ratio is going to be. And it is something that's going to change over time. So it'd be fairly reasonable to assume that in terms of primary school, it's going to start off basically at 0, because there's nobody there. Then that's going to increase as the number of units get built. So the chances then of a house going from a 0-child household to a child household increases as the number of houses get built. That obviously gets compounded as the number of units increase, and therefore we have what is what is a people product ratio curve is actually what takes place, and there's just been a wee bit of discussion on that. So over time, you will find that the primary ratio will increase, and typically that's going to be within the first 10 years of the development. And you're likely going to see that peaking at around that maybe 10, sometimes 14 years if it's a very large development. And thereafter, there's a reasonable prospect that that ratio is going to decrease over time. And that's simply because the housing is matured and maturing, so the households are getting older, and therefore there's less children coming into them. And even if you have quite a rapid turnover of that property, you still can't usually get back to the same levels of births and pupils coming from that housing development. So that's a very, very important thing to understand and appreciate. I don't know what details that the Clacks used for their 0.27, but I would imagine if they've done the diligent thing and gone off and found some new housing, had a look at it, well, it quite simply might have been out of time for that and too soon for that analysis. It's certainly been what has happened in West Lothian and a number of other authorities where they've done a quick check on people product ratio. They've gone, oh, this is lower than we expected. They've then increased the number of units at the development site, and of course the school is subsequently too small because they've jumped in too soon in terms of their people product analysis.
Sorry, I was trying to find the mute button there. So I get what you're saying about the curve. I can understand the curve, and I can understand reasons why you'd have the curve. That totally makes sense. So I say it could go from 0, it'll peak at some point, and then it'll gradually come back down as the housing and people in housing mature. is it then not fair to take an average of the PPR over the period of the housing development? Or do you think that 0.37 is a fair average over the period of development?
You'll find that the 0.37, when it's analysed, it's a number of ways of which you'll find that that's crops up. In West Lothian, it's slightly lower, but it's certainly a 0.32 or a 0.33 figure, typically. Edinburgh is different because Edinburgh has a much higher number of non-child households. West Lothian has quite a number. And indeed, you'll find that pattern replicated across Scotland. In terms of trying to work with a curve, again, the difficulties with that are firstly that you probably want to do some sort of probability analysis to enable that. And certainly having done such a thing and then tracked it and compared it against a 10-year forecast with a simpler approach, then it's very clear that the simpler approach was pretty much as good as the full probability analysis. And the difficulty with having some sort of more finite or more robust sounding methodology is that it can be precisely incorrect, as well as being totally correct. And certainly the experience that I've had is to try and stay away from trying to model exactly what a pupil product ratio is going to be over time. You need to be able to have some conception of what that's likely to be. And certainly you can break that down into, for example, housing less than 5 years old, housing 5 years to 10 years, 10 years to 15, break it into bands. That can be done, that analysis can be done, as long as you have a sufficient and robust database to work from. So for that, you need to have your school administration system, if that's what you're using. That has to be set up and stuck down to the British standard so that you can get a pupil to a particular address and not just a postcode or part postcode. It has to be a particular address so that you can then match that exactly to a type of housing. And that data would come typically from the assessor. And if you have that level of detail and you can actually check across all of the housing for all of the children in the schools, not just those in the public sector, then you can come up with very detailed and quite reliable child per house product ratios. If you're only working with parts of the data sets, so you might be stuck with only your CMIS system data for population, you mightn't have addresses correct down to individual house, then you're sort of, it's not quite apples and oranges, but it's not that good or as good as it could be. So there's a whole range of detail that can be obtained, provided you have the data to make it work. And the only thing I would say about HOPs is, I think they've been sort of encouraging some simpler understandings of these of child per house ratios and how they work. They nonetheless have acknowledged the fact that there is a clear variation in terms of timeline, and that primary ratios will in due course go into secondary school. And it's not just that first 5 years is going to have an immediate impact on secondary school roles. There certainly might well be children going in from new housing into the secondary schools, but they might be only turning over within the migration at the school. They mightn't actually be causing positive increase. And it takes a lot of new housing to make positive increase during the school session on a secondary school. And indeed, there's some example within the data that we have provided on one of the documents. We can have a look at Simpson Primary School if we wanted to have a further look at that. But that's the sort of generality behind that.
Okay, we'll stop you there, and I'll ask the appellant for their comments in response.
I'll hand over to Mr. Marshall in a moment to deal with the detailed technical aspects, but just a general observation, ma'am. The Council's position at this appeal is frankly extraordinary. They've come to the appeal They don't want you to place any weight on their learning estate strategy, which they say contains a number of errors. They now say that the consultation response that they lodged in relation to this application is wrong because the council looked at effectively the wrong type of housing development and should have looked at housing developments over a greater age range, if you like. There is nothing in the council's hearing statement that indicates that that would be its position. Mr McKinney's evidence to this inquiry hearing, perhaps should be an inquiry, but Mr McKinney's evidence to this hearing relies on data from local authority areas out with Clackmannanshire, obviously. And he uses that as his justification for saying that the Clackmannanshire figures are wrong. There is no explanation of what the council's position was going to be today. And I'm frankly astonished by what I've heard in the last half hour, where the council has attempted to unwind its position, which has been very fairly stated and which my clients have relied on in preparing for this appeal. If they'd known that the council's position was going to be different, and as explained in the last half hour, they would have prepared their case differently. And it is unfair that these issues are being raised on the hoof for the first time. Now, and I will probably have more to say about that when it comes to the question of expenses at the end of this. Now, having said all of that, I'm now going to hand over to Mr. Marshall, who will be able to take you through some of the detailed aspects of the evidence and why the pupil product ratio that has been relied upon by my clients is perfectly reasonable when you consider the evidence that is before you.
I think it's important just to reiterate as well that not only is it the evidence submitted to the appeal that's before you right now, it's the council's determination was based on a pupil product ratio of 0.27. That's reflected in the committee report. It's reflected in the requirement for a school to accommodate 270 pupils, which is determined to be an 11-class school. That's informed the cost, which is included in the heads of terms that's presented to this appeal. It's unclear what the council's position now, if they are adopting 0.37 is in relation to the planning obligations required for this appeal site. I think we need to separate the issues here. There's a question of what is an appropriate pupil product ratio, and then there's a secondary issue in terms of how that's applied when you're looking at your school role projections. And I think we need to reserve that because it's a later item under the methodologies. So I don't want to get drawn too much into that at the moment. However, there's no evidence at all submitted from the council that justifies a ratio of 0.37. There is no updated assessments. It's unclear what the Hawke report referred to is. If my interpretation of it is correct, it's the infrastructure working group report, which Geddes Consulting were involved in, which included a survey of all local council areas, which included some discussion around pupil product ratios. There wasn't a general consensus that what the council is now promoting is appropriate. It was only a return of a survey, which represented a wide range of views of different authorities. And as far as I'm aware, Clackmannanshire didn't respond as part of that process. However, some of their education colleagues on this call might want to clarify that if I'm wrong. I know we haven't looked at it so far, but the only evidence in terms of pupil product ratios is Mr. McKinney's table 3 presented in his hearing statement. And quite simply, it doesn't support a ratio of 0.37. So that is included in the separate document of the tables and figures submitted alongside Mr. McKinney's hearing statement. If you look at the primary column with ND for non-denominational, which is the schooling infrastructure we're considering right now in terms of primary schooling, and scroll to the bottom of that table where it says Scottish average. Under house, it says the average across Scotland is 0.277. We believe this supports that 0.27 is the appropriate ratio that should be applied in the absence of any evidence from the council. We can also look at the different data provided by Mr. Kinney and the NO denominational, which I'll take to be councils that don't have denominational school provision available. And the average for houses is 0.285. If we look at the final column under primary, that says total primary, which I believe is the non-denominational and denominational pupil product ratios added together, the average for a house in Scotland is 0.318. Again, none of this supports a ratio of 0.37.
Okay, we can just come on to table 3 in just a wee minute. I kind of agree with Mr. McLeod on this. The evidence I had and the evidence that I also looked through to prepare for today, my understanding was the council based their reports committee and their obligations at that time on a pupil product ratio of 0.27. And we seem to be drifting away from that. Mr. McKinney was quite clear that in his evidence, he wasn't even aware of this document suggesting a 0.27 figure. So although he's justified why it should increase to 0.37, your starting point, Mr. McKinney, in my understanding was always a 0.37. You didn't consider whether you had to start from a 0.2, whether that was right, sorry, a 0.27, and whether that was right or wrong. Your starting point was always 0.37. Is that correct?
Yeah, my starting point is at 0.37 because I don't see why that shouldn't be an appropriate average pupil product ratio to use. It might be,
and that's what you based on the published information from CLACS, which is based on the Freedom of Information request of 2018.
Yes.
Okay, so 2018, the CLACS figure was 0.37. I've then got the 2020 response from education, which says 0.27. Now, I suppose the difficulty I've heard some evidence today as to why that should be now 0.27, but there's nothing before me which shows how you get from a 0.27 figure to a 0.37 figure in the space of 11 months since that, 12 months since the response came into the education, which informed the recommendation to the council and the planning obligations at that time, which was in discussion with the appellant at that point. So is the council changing its position? Do I disregard that evidence from the Education Authority? What weight I put in any evidence I've got before me?
In terms of the pupil product ratios, you can calculate any number of these things. You're going to have millions of them. So the essential thing that we're trying to get across here is that the council, in response to their position, did, as I said, did a proper thing. They had a look around, some new information. Let's have a look, see what it is, and they've simply gone ahead and used that. They've not really thought beyond that and said, okay, why are we doing this? How does it relate to our policy position? So clearly, if the council relied upon the 0.27 in the response, and that was influencing their decision, well then, if it was 0.27 at that stage instead of 0.37, well, that was in the appellant's favour, not in the council's favour. So the position that I'm suggesting is appropriate is that if the 0.37 figure is something that's consistent with what was across Stirling, Falkirk, and I would assume Trackmannanshire, if the level of detail was available to view, then that is the starting point that the council should be approaching a new development from. And it's once they get actually further information from the appellant that they can drill that down and take it to maybe even potentially less than 0.27. You might have a circumstance where you might have no primary pupil product coming forward. It might all be secondary.
I totally get that, but we're trying to establish the purpose of the contribution, that it's fair and reasonable, it links to the development and meets the test of Circular 2012. And to do that, we have to have a sensible figure that does meet the criteria. Otherwise, it's going to fail the test if we're looking at this from that perspective. And is it right to say that you applied the figure from the Freedom of Information request? Did you go through that analysis of assessing whether that figure was actually appropriate in the context of this development? Or did you just take that figure because it was what was published from the council?
I went with that figure because I've seen similar numbers across West Lothian, Edinburgh, East Lothian, Mid Lothian, Aberdeen, Dundee, Glasgow, and quite a number of locations. So as a starting point or as a people product ratio to use, I do not see that as being something that's particularly unreasonable to do. It could certainly be lower. If it was West Lothian, it would be lower. I know that. If it is Edinburgh, it would be lower still. But the implications are very much it's a reasonable starting point. So I'm effectively showing what the people roles would be through the application of the council's standard people product ratio. If they had used that, then the requirements would be more.
Sorry, so in your mind, this was the council's standard people product ratio?
Yes. It's contained within their learning estate strategy.
It is in learning estate strategy, but for all intents and purposes, it's been superseded by the letter from the Education Authority, which comes out at 0.27, which you weren't aware of. But you said you'd use this figure as the council's standard people product ratio. So is it fair that you didn't analyse whether that was applicable necessarily to this development?
Well, ma'am, it's a 1,000 house development. I would tend to think that it's going to have at least 0.37, if not more, coming forward.
Okay. I understand that how you use that figure, why you use that figure. Let's look at table 3. Mr. Marshall's obviously made some comments there about the Scottish average for non-denominational primary, no denominational, and total primary. So do you want to come back with any comments on that, what those figures would suggest?
Yes, the data that came in, some of the authorities simply didn't respond to the FOI request. Some authorities published quite clearly information on people product ratios. Some authorities published the research on that, some of which is robust and some of which is less robust. So the numbers that I have are what I was able to obtain at that point in time. It's basically got two main columns within it, which is primary and secondary, local government down the side, and then some authorities break the ratios up into flats and houses. Now, clearly you could have all sorts of types of properties in there, but typically that's what planners seem to like to work with. The ratios then, as I say, are as obtained. The generic is non-denominational, which is straightforward. RC is for Roman Catholic. Other denomination is for authorities that may have or may have had other denominational schools. So denominational is a RC is a category within other denomination. No denomination is really for authorities who have never had such a thing as a denominational school of any sort. Split after is authorities who tend to have a generic child per house ratio, and then dependent on the local circumstances, they might then subdivide that into a denominational and non-denominational schools based on their particular experience. Some sometimes have both approaches, and then that gives a sort of total child per house ratios coming out the final column. And again, has to be understood that there's a range of understanding behind those different totals as to how they arrived. The secondary analysis is basically the same. And then at the summary at the end, that is adding up some of the data across the table. And we then need to understand that again, that where the authorities have slightly different approaches, that the average figure mightn't actually be an average figure. it's just a calculation on the table. So it's an indicative figure. So when I work with that, those people product ratios within the people projection system that I have, I can automatically select from the table what ratio I want to use and how to apply that. I can use a manual figure, or I can use one that's here from that's shown in table 3. So and in terms of there is some notes at the bottom of that table, particular table 3, and those notes aren't for a particular purpose other than mine, so I know what I've done, what I've calculated, added up. And we can see that some local authorities, for example, apply a different denomination split, so that explains it. Some local authorities do not have any separate denomination provision, so therefore they wouldn't have it. And indeed, the first bullet point speaks about people product ratio being a subset of child house ratio, and that's and also a very key understanding. And we've noted then that Stirling used different grades for number of bedrooms, and then that was consistent with what some of the other authorities have done. So table 3 very much is something that I've used, I've created, and will update from time to time when information becomes available.
What would your comments be on the figures that were shown at the bottom, the average figures that I think Mr. Marshall referred to?
I think the use of the Scottish averages, that's quite simply a summation. I wouldn't propose to particularly use that as a straight Scottish average, because it's obviously not. It's a selection of individual authorities who've chosen to respond in particular ways. So to rely on that as a specific Scottish average, I wouldn't do that. If it is anything, it's an indicative number, but it certainly wouldn't be a Scottish average figure. If I was to have a Scottish average figure, then I would have all of the houses in Scotland, all of the pupils in Scotland, by the school types, and I'd do an analysis accordingly, and that would give a true Scottish average rate. But this is just an average of the data that was returned to me.
So what weight should I give this data? Because it's one, it's incomplete, not every authority has responded. 2, you're now saying I should put no weight on the Scottish average. 3, you need to look at each authority to understand which authorities are closest in characteristics to Clackmannanshire to understand how to apply the PPR.
And
on the basis that my understanding is you didn't seek to justify using 0.37 because that was just the publisher for Clackmannanshire. What weight should I give to this?
Ma'am, in terms of the weight you should give to it, it's to highlight the fact that the ratio, the primary ratio as used by Clackmannanshire is not that unusual from the data we have at primary and also at secondary. There are other authorities who use similar numbers. So why should Clackmannanshire be something that's different? So in terms of the information I have looked at and noting the type of property that's is in Clackmannanshire, then I would see no reason why the ratios as proposed by the council aren't fit for purpose. In terms of the Scottish average, as I said, that's an average figure across the various authorities. And to say that any one figure there is correct as a Scottish average, I would say it's it's an average of those particular groups or categories of data.
I will give the panel a chance to comment further, but to be fair as I see it, I should say it depended who responded to this. It depended on what response you got, how robust that response was. I could almost use any of it to substantiate any argument to a certain extent. I don't mean to be disrespectful because you also done the piece of work, but I could take a selection of figures and almost justify any PPR if I chose to do so. But I don't think it gets away from the fact that you use the 0.37 because that's what Clackmannanshire had published and sent to you as part of the Freedom of Information request in 2018. Is that fair?
It is. It's also what's in their strategy. So that's the published position of the council.
From the appellant's perspective, is it fair from the appellant's view that obviously you didn't have this document at the point you carried out your assessments? Did you rely on the 0.27 PPR for primary on the basis that that is what was in the council's response of November 2020?
I relied on the 0.37.
But that was the comment to the appellant. I was asking the appellant, sorry.
Oh,
I was
sorry.
asking the appellant, they didn't have this table at the time they submitted the appeal, so they came in attached to your hearing statement. I just wondered if the appellant had used a 0.27 because of what was in the letter from the Education Authority of 20th November 2020.
Yes, as is quite clear from the response in November 2020 to the appellant, it was the council had updated its pupil product ratio and it was 0.27. So therefore, all our evidence submitted as part of this appeal was based on that ratio. Just to make a point, I do accept you could cherry pick the data in table 3 by Mr. McKinney. However, there's no evidence from the council to support either of these ratios we're discussing. However, there is an average you could take across Scotland to certainly establish that 0.37 is significantly higher than what most councils are doing across Scotland. So at least we can rule out that the 0.37 is not justified and is too high.
And is that based, your conclusion on that, is that based on using the Scottish average figures at the bottom that you referred to?
Yes, it is. It's the 0.277 related to the non-denominational. Geddes Consulting do maintain a similar spreadsheet, but I do accept we've not submitted that to this appeal. It can be used as evidence, but it would, it's slightly more council areas included, but it would be about that figure. And it would be about 0.3 for all schooling, so non-denominational and denominational pupils.
Okay, can I get the appellant to explain your adjusted CHR, as you call it, for the secondary schooling?
In the response from November 2020, we learned at the time that the primary ratio had been reduced to 0.27, but we didn't have any clarity in terms of what the secondary ratio was as an outcome of that review. And as already stated by Mr. McKinney, you would expect that the ratio applied to secondary schooling would be lower than primary. Therefore, we didn't consider it appropriate to continue to apply 0.27 to secondary schooling as well. And this is all in the context of it was very difficult to engage with the council and get any information. So we had to make our own reasonable assumptions about what that ratio should be. So the primary ratio reduced from 0.37 to 0.27, which is a reduction of 0.1. And if applied to the secondary, sorry, I get a bit confused here, the secondary pupil product ratio as previously advised by the council was 0.29, not 0.27. And the primary was 0.37, which reduced to 0.27. So the information we had was that the primary product had reduced, but all we knew was that prior to the review the council had undertaken, the ratio for secondary was 0.29. If you applied the same 0.1 reduction to that 0.29 ratio, it comes out with 0.19. And we appreciate this is a slightly arbitrary reduction. However, we have, as I alluded to, undertaken our own research in terms of pupil-product ratios applied across Scotland, and it confirmed that it was 0.18689. So on that basis, we considered that a reduced ratio to 0.19 was a reasonable assumption in the absence of anything from the council. And if we look to, again, evidence that's now emerged as part of this appeal by Mr. McKinney in table 3 of his document, again, the Scottish average for non-denominational secondary schooling is 0.16. And the average for all secondary pupils, including non-denominational and denominational schooling, is 0.165. So on the basis of that, we consider that 0.19 is a reasonable assumption. And if anything, it's a slight overestimate of the number of pupils that might be expected to go straight into secondary school from new housing.
Okay, I suppose the first point for the council is, I have to say, until I got Mr. McKinney's evidence, it wasn't clear what assumption you'd made on the secondary PPR, and I wonder if that was because you were relying on the flat rate and therefore didn't have to think about the PPR. Is that fair?
In terms of the table
It may be
3,
better if someone from education could answer, if you don't mind. Just at the outset, it was very clear from the education response it was 0.27 for primary. There was no indication what the secondary figure was, and my understanding or my assumption was that that was because a flat rate was being applied, and therefore you didn't consider or didn't have to consider PPR because it was a cost per house. Is that the kind of thought process that the council went through?
Yes.
No, it's not to do with a flat rate. It's just that that's the initial estimate that's been used. It's just the initial PPR that's been applied because the housing mix is unknown. So it's not related to the flat rates. Do you mean the flat rates to do with the secondary flat rates?
Yeah, in that response of 20th November, there's no reference to a secondary PPR. And I assumed that was because you were relying on the flat rate payment contribution in terms of the supplementary guidance, and therefore didn't have to really engage or think about the PPR because the supplementary guidance was so many pounds per house.
No, because the PPR would be required to figure out the additional capacity that would be required at the secondary school.
Well, had you done that at that point?
I wasn't part of that, so I'm unable to comment on that, sorry.
No, I hadn't done it at that point.
Because at this point, all you're looking for is a contribution in line with supplementary guidance 1, which we discussed with the flat rate. There's no indication in this response from education as to the role of the new school or anything like that. It's purely a contribution in line with supplementary guidance 1, and therefore my assumption was you didn't have to think about the PPR because the contribution in line with supplementary guidance is a flat rate per house. There's nothing in here about what a new school would look like if it was a new school. It's purely the fact that it would be the pounds per contribution per property, and therefore you don't have to think about the PPR.
Well,
because you actually looked at the impact at this point.
That's correct, yes.
And so, Mr. McKinney, in your hearing statement, when you were looking at this, is it fair, or am I right to say that you used 0.27 because, again, that was a figure that had been published by the council? Oh, you're on mute.
Yep, I would have gone from the figure that I already obtained from the council.
And I know you're going to stick with your 0.27 figure, but just based on your experience, your broad experience with different authorities, is it fair that if, given the relationship to the two, which you explained for me, if you reduce the primary by 0.1, is it fair as a starting point and something to reduce the secondary by 0.1 as well?
Ma'am, it's not a way of calculating that I would have used or approached it. I certainly would expect in general, if we're talking with new housing that's sort of average new housing, then I would typically expect the secondary ratio to be lower. And that's as far as it goes. The secondary ratio obviously could be much higher.
If you've been asked,
because of the fact that the housing that's built is attracting an older profile family into it. So if we were to look at, for example, parts of Dunbar, Linlithgow, parts of Falkirk, you'll find that the secondary pupil product is higher than the primary pupil product. And that's because of the type of housing, who wants to move into that housing at that point in time.
but that's not the assumption you've made either. You're making the assumption that the secondary pupil product should be lower.
Yes, I'm working from that just the simple premise of working from the general ratio and working that down if further information comes forward.
Okay. And isn't it a sensible approach that if you reduce the primary pupil product ratio by 0.1, you should similarly reduce the secondary pupil product ratio for the purposes of this type of assessment?
I don't know if that's a proper statistical relationship, ma'am, so I wouldn't want to comment on that. It's something that I wouldn't do. I would look to try and ascertain what the actual secondary ratio is, as opposed to try and calculate a ratio based on a possible primary product ratio.
I know you questioned in your hearing statement why the appellant used the adjusted CHR of 0.19. Now you've heard Mr. Marshall's explanation. Do you have any comments on that?
No further comments, ma'am. I know they've attempted to derive a secondary pupil product ratio based on the 0.27. They've tried to come up with something. They could also have somebody ask the authority what the secondary ratio was.
But in the absence of that from the authority, based on your experience, based on your table 3, do you think 0.19 is sensible?
I wouldn't do that form of calculation, ma'am. I don't think it's appropriate.
If we go to your table 3, I think you referred in your hearing statement to Dundee City Council as having a similar secondary PPR, which you can see it's 0.27, the same as Clackmannanshire.
Yeah.
I just wondered if that was a fair comparator, given the differences between Dundee City and Clackmannanshire.
Given the number of respondents that came back, I would say it is and knowing the range of pupil product ratios that can be there in different cities and different circumstances, then the 0.27 Dundee and 0.27 in Clackmannanshire, it's coincidental, but I don't see any reason why that shouldn't necessarily be correct.
Both are considerably higher than most other authorities, in particular authorities that I would have thought would be more akin to Clackmannanshire.
again, that may be true, but we can certainly look at some of the more detailed child per house or product ratios to see how that relates in actual examples.
And just, Mr. Marshall obviously looked at the averages again, and I'm seeing you take the same view that we shouldn't put any reliance or weight on those averages. They're just the average of the responses that you've got.
Are the averages of the response I got, and indeed I have another part of the table which does in fact do a count of the number of returns that were made, and that is how you then start to verify, if it's 8 returns from local authorities, and there's 32 local authorities in Scotland, well, you don't actually have a very representative sample. You've got an indicative number, and you can't really ascribe much more to it than that. And these numbers aren't the numbers from the authorities themselves, so they're, it's not my responsibility to make sound numbers. They're the numbers they have returned. So as I say, it's the sample size. It's not, if you have maybe 25 returns out of 32, then you might be getting closer to a reliable average figure. But if it's a small number of returns, then to say it's a reliable Scottish average, I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay, but I suppose I can get from this table the range. I can see a range.
There's undoubtedly a range, and I know that some of the councils, in fact, don't do a pupil product ratios because they don't do school projections. And the reason why they don't do school projections apparently is because they don't need to. At least that's what I was told. So there's also that to bring in. So a number of authorities, it's probably not a total of 32, it's maybe 30 authorities to work the average out from.
Before I come back to see if the panel's got any comments, can I ask you to clarify what this HOPS report is? Is it one of the documents you've submitted?
I don't think I've made I have made a specific remark to the HOPS report. It's something that's been mentioned a few times, and maybe Ben can maybe comment a bit on that. It certainly is something that has been trundling the rounds through planning for quite a while. It's not necessarily, as I said earlier, it's not necessarily the type of analysis and the structure of analysis that I would go for. I would prefer a much more detailed analysis if we're actually going down that particular route.
But you haven't submitted it as a document, is that right?
I don't think I've submitted it, no.
No, I don't think the council submitted it as a document. I'm just trying to clarify because there's been this references to the HOPS report and I can't remember seeing it either. I just wondered if I'd missed it. I was looking at your documents that you'd submitted separately. I just want to clarify, I don't have the HOPS report before me.
As I said, I don't think it's one I've submitted. I'm not sure if Grant or Ben has submitted it.
Could somebody from the council clarify what the document actually is?
I think it was Mr. McGinley that referred to it.
I've not submitted it. The document reviews the methodologies that are used for role projection across Scotland, and as Mr. Marshall said, there's discussion on approaches that are used, and there's examples of PPRs that are used in different methodologies that are used across Scotland, but I've not submitted it.
Okay, so I should disregard comments on the HOPS report. It's not before me. The evidence I've got from the council is Mr. McKinney's table. I've also got that letter of the 20th of November 2020.
Yeah.
And Ma'am, you've also got very detailed reports from examples in West Lothian and a somewhat detailed report from Highland as well. So I think I have regard to that.
Does the appellant want to make any further comments in relation to this?
I think we just want to reiterate that we do appreciate the calculation of the 0.19 is not a perfect statistical based calculation. Just want to reiterate it was just, in our view, a reasonable assumption in the lack of anything from the council. And what you won't get from today is that it was very difficult to get any information from the council. This response was provided just before the application was determined in the case of the last exchanges. And so I mean, we've been working what we had. However, the only evidence is table 3, and that supports the 0.19 as a reasonable assumption.
Okay, I think I've got as far as I'm going to get to on the PPR. Right, I'm conscious it's 10 to 4. We can either continue with question 13 and carry on with that this evening, or we can come back tomorrow and do 13, 14, 15, 16, the rest of it, focusing on the impact of Lawrence Hill and then discussion on Craig Bank, and then the residual matters from the written submissions. Any preference from the parties? I know it can be quite tiring doing it on screen, so I'm happy to give you from the parties what to do. I'm happy to continue. Equally, I'm happy if you want to reconvene tomorrow. I just want to make sure we get through everything in the time that we've got. That's the one important factor.
That was foremost in my mind, ma'am. We're in your hands. It's probably most difficult for you because you're having to concentrate on a lot of evidence, some of which we're hearing for the first time, as you know, and you're having to take notes and then refine questions as a result. I'm quite happy for us to break just now if that's convenient for you. If you want to continue, that's fine. If there's a concern about completing, I don't think we would have any problem starting early tomorrow, say 9:30, if that would help. So really whatever suits you best.
What was the council's thoughts?
9:30 start would be good.
Okay, let's do that. Oh. Can you mute Mr. Boyle?
Thanks, ma'am. Yeah, we were just going to say that trying to either continue through 13 would be fine for us, but equally appreciate, as it's already been said, that you've got a hard task of keeping on top of everything and taking notes, so it's quite understandable that maybe sort of finishing now and then starting a bit early tomorrow morning would be suitable. So we're happy to go with that approach.
Okay, let's go for it. Let's end today's session now. We'll start at 9:30 at question 13, and we'll finish off this agenda and just the residual matters, which hopefully shouldn't take too long, and hopefully should be less discussion on those points, with exception perhaps around the need for the affordable housing, but the other points should be hopefully fairly brief. Okay, so let's reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you all for your contributions and input today. That's been helpful. The danger is that as you reflect overnight, there might be a few residual questions that come to my mind based on what I've heard today, which I might just mop up quickly in the morning. There might not, but I will review what I've heard because there's a lot of information there, and as you say, there's a few new bits and pieces there and slightly different positions to what I was expecting from the evidence I did have before me. So yeah, let's reconvene at 9:30. And thank you very much. You can all just leave the meeting, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.